Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Welcome to the first edition of The Trading Desk. Rise and shine, folks. Sun's coming up behind me. That's not real. But good morning. I'm in Los Angeles, California. I'm Sergio Avedian. I'm going to be hosting these live streams going forward. I used to do this about a couple, 3 months ago, and then reshuffled the decks, and so we're back. A little bit about me, introduction. Wall Street veteran for about 30 plus years, was on the trading desk with a major prime broker for 26 years, 25 years, and been trading all my life, basically, since I was probably 17, 18. And, but going forward, I'll be on probably a couple, 3 hours today. As the headline of today's live stream indicates, I put up Black Monday and Taco Tuesday, question mark. Obviously, we're not getting the Black Monday. I have some positions I have to attend to at the open. It looks like they're going to open strong, as if nothing happened on Friday. I have some positions I need to clean up, hopefully with profits, but we'll go through the trading session. So it's going to be casual. You guys can chat, obviously, put stuff on the chat. The important thing to announce. So I have 3 things going at the same time. So obviously I have a Twitter channel called The Trading Desk. Please go, I wouldn't say subscribe. I don't know. Just follow me there. I have a YouTube channel under my name, Sergio Avedian. You can go subscribe there and turn on notifications so you can get these kind of live streams, notifications anyway. And I have a website under www.sergioavedian.com. I'll put the links on the chat shortly. The other thing we're doing today is we're launching the Trading Desk Discord channel, Discord server. And server is obviously has a free membership, which comes with a free newsletter that I publish every Monday on my website. So if you're inclined, I'll put the link on that one as well. But more importantly, all the links that I'm talking about are in the show notes of this live stream and the live stream going forward. So if you're interested in joining the Discord channel or Discord server, the Trading Desk is the Discord server. Go ahead and join. There is also a premium version. If you're inclined to do so, you can join that as well. And for the first 100 premium members, paid members of the Discord server, there's a 50% discount. So this, obviously, if you're not familiar with Discord, it's going to get some getting used to, but I wasn't, and I got used to it. So I'll go through it periodically during the day with these. I'll put the links on the StreamYard chat. But, if you don't catch it there, they're all in the show notes. So please go check the show notes. When I say show notes, go to the YouTube side, click on more when you see the writing starts at some point, and you'll see what the free link for the Discord server, the paid link for the Discord server. You're going to say, well, what are you going to give me for the paid? Well, first you're going to get a 50% off deal for at least 3 months. If you put the code first100, that's a huge bargain, obviously. But what you're also going to get is in the show notes. You're going to get a lot. You're going to get all my free trading. By the way, none of this is trading, financial, or investment advice. It's for entertainment purposes only. What I do is very risky. I'll explain what I've been doing for all this time. It fits me. It fits my risk profile. It may not fit yours. And more importantly, as a veteran, I'm here to inform and educate. More importantly, to educate. I'm on social media. Obviously, I do follow a lot of the social media posts of certain people, and call themselves gurus, but I think they're in high school or not even, maybe they're in middle school when it comes to trading, because they're all one-trick ponies. The one-trick ponies, all they do is sell puts, and then they get assigned, sell calls. We don't do that here. We don't YOLO here. We don't FOMO here. We don't HODL here. All we do is trade. Stocks are to be made, bought, and sold. And on the Discord server, you're going to see Iceman Trades. That was my nickname on the desk when I was on Wall Street. If you guys know the Tom Cruise movie, Top Gun, you guys know about Iceman. So long story short, I'm going to do these live streams. So I'm going to do them on StreamYard. I'm going to do them on YouTube and X. If you're interested, please give it a follow, and especially on the YouTube side and the X side, because you don't want to miss it, right? And they're not going to be the same. They're not going to be like today. I'm doing it today just to announce the Discord server, what it's going to be, and all that good stuff. But I'm going to try to go live as much as I can and stay as long as I can. I'm not going to be on screen all the time. Obviously, I'm going to be trading, so you're going to be seeing my trading screen. That's the other thing that I do. It doesn't look like on social media anybody loses any money. Trading comes with losses, okay? But I do run a short-long portfolio when it comes to trading. When it comes to investing, my investment portfolio is also on the Discord server. I have nothing to hide. I'm not competing with anyone. I'm competing with myself. I also have a $1,000 Robinhood account challenge for small accounts who may say, but yeah, you're dealing with a lot of money. I don't have enough money to trade, and it's not so. I also post those on the community page of the YouTube channel, and also post them, obviously, going forward on Discord. And so what's going to happen is that, information and education is key as far as I'm concerned. Financial literacy is key. I think that's lacking in this country, and financial literacy can come many different shapes or sizes and forms. But more importantly, everybody should be investing, right? If you don't invest, you're going to be left behind. Unless you have rich parents to take care of you, nobody's coming to save you. The government's not coming to save you. Your boss is definitely not coming to save you. So you need to learn how to invest. And I believe that's the most important thing I can do. There's, I'll go into the details of what investing is versus what trading is. Trading is fun. It's a very difficult thing to do for a living. Not too many people can do it successfully. But the important thing to understand is to invest, right? Long-term investing. All those things are on the website, by the way, in the blog articles. There's at least 30, 35 articles already there where you can go freely check them out. You can listen to them, by the way. They're also in Spanish. And so, spread the news. You guys need to invest. You're in the best country on the planet. I'm an immigrant. Came to immigrant to this country, 40 years ago. Went to school, went to Wall Street. Look, you can do something out of yourself. But more importantly, you have to learn how to invest. And it could be in long-term investing, dollar cost averaging, power of compounding, all these things. Like, we're not taught these things. These are simple things to do. And people must do that. When it comes to trading, trading is fun. It's difficult. And, I have losses, right? And unlike a lot of the X crowd, they never seem to lose money, right? I'm like, I don't know how they do it, but I can't do it. But we'll go into this, over the next few weeks, few months, slowly informing and educating. But important thing is to make sure that you understand what you're doing. Make sure that you have a full toolbox, because I don't believe a lot of people have a full toolbox. I think, they have a Robinhood account, they go YOLO and they blow accounts right and left. And then why do that, right? Why pay such a high price for tuition? And I'm here to help. I'm here to make you guys understand risk management, account management, money management, more importantly, sizing, all these things that I have learned over the last 30 plus years and paid forward and pass it along. And if it comes with you joining the free Discord or the paid Discord, great, no problem. But yeah, I'll get through what you're going to get during this day. I'll probably be on a few hours, and I'll respond to the chat. Obviously, if there's questions, put them in there. So I see. Thank you for becoming a member, but then we're changing things on the YouTube membership side. I'm making sure that everybody actually gets funneled to the Discord, either free or the paid one. So please email me. Here's my email address to start with. If any of you want to get in touch with me, is Sergio at sergioabadian.com. Hopefully I printed that correctly. Yeah, so as a new member, Dr. Colban Cali 4171. Actually, we're changing the YouTube membership side as of today, so you just got under the gun, but then we're going to actually remove most of the things you get. So I would recommend you move to the Discord side, and if you go into the show notes, take a look at the show notes. All the information for the Discord channel is there, free or the paid version, and make sure you use the codes that are in there, the promo codes. But thank you for becoming a member. I appreciate it. And you will learn a lot. I don't know what your experience is, but you will learn a lot. Good morning, Vartan. Good morning, Luis. As you guys can see, some of the members. But the YouTube membership is going to change as well. So let's look at the open. I'll get into the rest of it. I mean, my positions are posted on the YouTube, on the community page of the YouTube channel. Hopefully you guys can see this. Market's opening way too strong for my liking after the crash. Literally, we had a crash, actually. I mean, I'm not going to lie about this. We had a crash on Friday, but everything got overbought. Everything went parabolic. My mentors always taught me things saying that parabolics don't end well for longs, especially. They end in tears. And sure enough, the SanDisks and Microns and Marvels and Avagos, and they all got tanked, right? So, my positions are public. I don't hide anything. Transparently, I post it on the YouTube channel for free the day after, of course. But if you're a member of the Discord channel, you're going to get them live. You're going to get my live trades. Again, none of this is trading financial investment advice. Do your own due diligence. What I do is very risky. It fits my profile. It fits my account size. But then I also have a small $1,000 Robinhood account challenge. I opened this account 2 years ago exactly when I launched the YouTube channel. Started with $1,000. It's in the community page of the YouTube channel. It's almost at a 14x at the moment. This year, it's up about 120%, and that kind of mirrors my much larger Schwab trading account, and my investment account is also posted on Discord, which I say I post my losses, I post my gains. I had bought some SOXL, which is the 3x ETF of stocks. I'm in the hole, but hopefully at the open I'm going to sell them and get out of the hole with a little bit of a profit. But I was short going into on Friday. I was short SOXL. I was short RDW. I was short a bunch of stocks, but I had sold puts against them. I all got assigned and closed the shorts that way. You guys will learn all this stuff. Everything is popping up at the open. We'll see. I'm not a buyer of this rally. Okay, so all I'm saying is be careful. I think at some point today they'll sell it off. We're 1 minute from open, and we're going to obviously open pretty strong. And, we'll go through the trading day as long as I'm here together. If you have questions, put them up, and I'll post some links if you guys are interested. But mostly it'll be quiet. You guys see my trading screen. I'll take some breaks during the day. I'm a swing trader. I'm not a day trader. Once in a while, if I see the opportunity, I will trade zero DTEs, mostly selling side. But also, I'm a very directional trader. I do sell puts, I sell calls, I do all that, but mostly directional. And with this kind of volatility, I think you have to be directional to make some serious money in this market. So let's see where you wait for the open. Let's see where we open. Yeah, we just opened. We sold everything. We sold all the calls. Perfect. Oh, wow. They opened it. Oh, we ended up making serious money on these. Okay, awesome. Okay, so give me a minute. I'm going to go post it on my Discord. Actually, we made some decent money on these. Sounds great. Okay, that was unexpected, but that was welcome. Oh, I got one single one left. No, we don't want you to feel bad. We don't want you to feel alone. I'm going to sell you too, sir. I don't want to mess with it. Let's see where we are. Yeah, see you later. Okay, we're all cleaned up. We made some decent money on this. You gotta like it. You gotta like days like this. So the Soxel position is closed. I am actually long some 2x short ETF of SNDK, SanDisk, and but I have it in a covered strangle. I covered the puts. I'm going to put out the puts today. Again, I'm also in a covered strangle with CBRG, which is the 2x ETF of CBRS. That's the new issue that came public at 18 and opened at 380 actually, and then I got in the last couple of days. I'm long 1,500 shares at 611, and I sold 5-7 strangle, 6-7 strangle, sorry, expiring in June 18th for $1.65. I mean, these are stupid numbers that we're getting out of this. Okay, so I mean, yeah, okay, we did good. Let's see what our average selling price was on those Soxel calls. It wasn't a big position, but it was big enough that it could hurt if it goes the wrong way. Let's see what we filled those at. Oh, we filled them at 6. Our average was like 480 on these. That's about 33 grand. It's all good. Okay, let me post this on Discord. Let's see where we are. 595. That's awesome. I didn't expect that kind of open, but now they're going to melt it down, I'm pretty sure. IV was way too high, and those are already down to 5. Yeah, okay, that's good. Okay. All right, so I'm trying to buy actually a couple thousand shares of stock and trying to sell a couple thousand shares of stock. So let's see if we sold that on the Robinhood account or no, we didn't. Yeah, okay, we're gonna buy more of that. If you're interested in following my trades, I mean, you gotta go to Discord. That's about it. I'm not gonna put them up here, obviously, but yeah, okay. Well, bulk of the stuff was done, which is good. All right, so let's get back to the regularly scheduled programming. All right, so as I said, so let me explain to you guys what kind of trader I am. I am not a day trader. Okay, I don't believe day traders can make money. There are some successful ones, but I don't think you can make money day trading on long periods of time. So longevity, consistency is key when it comes to trading. And if you guys have questions, please put it up in the chat, by the way. And actually, it's better that we do it that way. So I swing trade, I position trade. If the opportunity is there, I day trade. Very rarely though. And swing trading, meaning, you know, I'm either long, like there was a position I've been long for a month. There's a position sometimes I'm long for a few days. I do trade high beta volatile stocks. If you're going to trade, you should do those. And most of the high tech stuff is high beta flyers, right? I mean, look at Micro, look at SanDisk, look at all the chip stocks. There's endless list of chip stocks, and you know, you should be careful trading the ETFs of these things, because there's something called volatility drag that people don't understand, and you know, people get stuck in these things, and these are not to be bought and hold for long periods of time. And sorry, I gotta respond to Discord at the same time. Anyway, yeah, those things are not to be held for a long period of time. So, what the important thing in trading, you know, this is like, it's going to be educational, really, mostly stuff that I put out for you guys on the YouTube channel, especially. Look, trading is different for everyone, right? Your account size may be restrictive, although is it a coincidence that the day after they removed the PDT, right? Pattern day trader rule on Thursday, Friday we get a crash. I don't know if it's a coincidence. Probably is. You know, I'm not a huge conspiracy theory kind of person, but it is. It was ironic though. But long story short, it is definitely, you have to figure out who you are when it comes to trading. Okay. I personally think you should be good at one thing, and one thing, you know, you can't be good at 50 different things, although you should have a full toolbox. So if you come here, if you watch me, if you go to the server, if you go to my website, I'll give you all the tools. Now, you know, trading is like, you have to have a full toolbox. You have to know what to do, when to do. You have to know if you should sell options, if you should buy options. You have to know the Greeks, obviously, if you're trading in options, but mostly in my Robinhood account and my Schwab, you know, I'm on Thinkorswim platform, by the way. My Schwab account, I trade equities. I trade shares, but you know, I would say probably 60-40 or 65-35, and that's where it's at for me. And I'm comfortable doing it. They're volatile, obviously. You know, get in, get out. And what kind of analysis I look at? You know, I call it chopsticks, technical analysis. Everybody draws lines on charts. You know, I know it as well as anyone. You know, I call myself a techno fundamentalist. So fundamentals do matter, folks. Just like it did on Friday. You know, when the trees don't grow to the sky, when things get super out of control, you know, correction comes or crash comes, and then everybody's holding the bag. So what I'm trying to say is, you know, you have to pay attention to fundamentals, right? If a company is selling, I don't know, 300 times sales, and you're paying nosebleed prices for it, you got to be careful. But you have choices. You don't have to be involved all the time. That's the mistake that a lot of traders make. You know, they like the adrenaline rush. They like to pump, you know. They go like, oh, I must do something. I'm like, no, you don't have to do anything. The best trades is not too much. You know, pick your best setups. And you hear this all the time. Yeah, pick your best. It's easy to say, but it's really, really difficult to do. But more importantly, what I'm going to try to do here is teach you how to take an L. You got to learn how to take an L. If you don't know how to take an L, you're going to be a bag holder. And Wall Street is very good at making you a bag holder, because I've met more people than I can count, you know, in 10 fingers and 10 toes, who were day traders and turned into long-term investors. That's because they don't take the L and get out. You know, what's happening if you don't take the L? Well, mentally, you're screwed. Financially, you're definitely screwed. Spiritually, every which way, right? You're screwed. So you need to learn how to take the L, and taking the L comes with understanding risk management, money management. You know, it's another thing that people do is that they put up all these wonderful things. Look at my win rate. I'm at 90%. I don't give a rat's ass about your win rate. Neither does Wall Street, by the way. And win rate is not important for me at all. At all. The important thing for me is risk and money management. I could have a window. Actually, my win rate this year is like 58%, but my account's up over 100%. Why is that? That's because I take small losses and I take the gains, bigger gains. Simple math, folks. Another thing that people don't understand when it comes to trading is that, they buy a stock at 10, stock goes down to 8. Okay, they don't get out, and then it goes down to 5. Now you're down 50%, and they think, oh, if it goes back up 50%, I'm going to be fine. No, you're not going to be fine. Stock's only going to go back to 7.5 after going down. If a stock goes from 10 to 5, which is 50%, goes back up 50%, you're only at 7.5. If a stock goes from 10 to 5, or index, or anything you're buying, nicely, he has to go up 100% for you to break even. You know how difficult of a game that is? Game's already difficult. So a lot of people don't understand the simple stuff. Forget about the Greeks, forget about the math, forget about any of that stuff. They don't understand it, and they just jump in, jump out, and then at the end, they don't have much to show for it. So my goal here is going to be to inform and educate that, it is doable, but you have to have risk parameters set up for yourself. For your own account size, you have to have the personality to take on risk. Some people like taking on a lot more risk than, risk reward is true. The larger risks you take, the more reward you're going to get. But then can you handle the risk? Can your account handle the risk? Are you oversizing things? Look, I have a saying, and I've said this for years and years and years. I carry on my mentor's words and phrases that I've learned on Wall Street forever. And I teach it to my students when I do one-on-one coaching sessions. The 3 P's, folks. Don't ever forget the 3 P's. The 3 P's: patience, position size, and planning. If you don't have patience, you're going to jump in, jump out of everything like a hummingbird going to 1,000 flowers a day. You're going to lose. Number 2, position sizing. A lot of people oversize. And when they oversize and a Friday happens, adios. There goes your account. And number 3 is planning. And planning comes with having a full toolbox. Do you have the tools to trade? Do you have the knowledge? Do you have the experience? Well, experience you cannot buy or learn, but I'm here. Hopefully I'm going to stop a lot of folks from blowing accounts. If I can do that, then I've done my job. And I'll give you a full toolbox through YouTube videos and through the channel, through the Discord server, through the website. And then nothing would make me happier to see, you do it on your own and survive. It's difficult, again, as I said, but, it's doable. But in order to have longevity, in order to have consistency, win rates don't matter. Honestly, they really don't matter. There's a saying, right? Everybody says this, but I think it's very hard to do. Let your profits run, right? And take the small L's. That's why you could have a 50% win rate and double your account every year. A lot of people do the opposite. They let the losers run, hoping they come back. And then in the meantime, the whole world has gone by them, right? Because you could be stuck in an oil stock, let's say, or a chip stock or whatever you're in, right? But then there's a thing called rotation, right? Money doesn't sleep. Money's got to go somewhere. So you're losing opportunity cost, right? And again, we're trading. Investing, we'll talk about, again, my long-term port is public on the Discord side. Investing is different. Investing is you buy the best companies you can buy, you accumulate, and you hold. That's how you create generational wealth. Trading is an ROI improving thing. You know what I mean? So my members are trading on Discord. I got to join them now. Let's see what they did. We'll probably trade some Soxel today. All right, what's going on? 210, we're at 5. Yeah, we saw those calls at the same time. Yeah, we got our asses saved. All right, so what's going on? Market's holding relatively well. Positions are fine, cleaned up a lot. And I'll go through the channels in a minute. I'll keep repeating this during the day because people come in, go out. I also will take breaks. And so let's see. This is SOXL. Let's see where SPY is doing. Yeah, we gapped up right at the VWAP. I do watch a few different things, right? Fundamentals, technicals, but mostly technical trader. And I do have a shopping list that I wanted to buy, actually. Yeah, that's coming close. Okay. So we opened strong, pull back a little bit, and then we're going to be testing the high of the day. Okay. We'll see where things are at. We'll see where things are at, actually. Okay, yeah, I'm kind of interested in that. Okay. Yeah, the Soxel is wild, isn't it? I think I will. If you're going to day trade anything, you should day trade Soxel, the 3X ETF of SOX, which is the semiconductor index. This is the 3X ETF, folks. Look at that move. 284 down to 177 and after hours in 2 days. Yeah. As we know, SanDisk. Yeah, these are all bounces to be sold the way I look at it. Probably not enough yet to be sold, but these are all bounces to be sold as far as I'm concerned. Technically speaking anyway. But there's always perma bulls, and they're all always going to go, oh no, they're all going to the moon, whatever. I don't know. Yeah. I mean, this bounce must be sold as far as I'm concerned. I don't know. We're gonna probably go short at some point. And, if you have questions, please put them up. Don't be shy. So, yeah. As I said, my trading is boring, by the way. That's why if you're going to come here, watch paint dry. I don't get in and out of too many things. Okay, we're long velocity. We're sold that one. Did we? Yeah, we didn't. We sold it at Robinhood. Velocity. VELO is the symbol. Stock pullback 26 to 16, 50 EMA. I bought it on Friday. Looking to still long. Look into the eyes of the tiger, and I said, well, you're a seller. I'm a buyer. So we bought 1,000 shares. We bought 1,000 shares. And yeah, our average cost is 16.55. I post all my positions, by the way, so you guys know. Yeah, we're good. We're not going to do much today. Unless we rally some more, I'll probably go short. I'm trying to buy a couple of different things. Actually, I'm looking at CRM. And doesn't look right on a day like today being red. But the more important thing for us was making some decent money on SOXL. Like buying things when the knife is falling is really, really difficult, but you have to learn that at some point, It's really difficult to buy things when the world is ending, or it looks like the world is ending, The key is to make sure, your tolerance is there and you just kind of know what you're doing. You kind of understand when things are getting oversold. I mean, but you'll learn that. You'll learn that. Should we sell some calls? Yeah, I think we should. think we should. Make sure when you're sending orders on Thinkorswim or Tasty or Robinhood, before you swipe, make sure you're doing the right thing, folks. Yeah. Okay, so that position is closed. We have no interest in it. Yeah, we're pretty much closed. Oh, that's rallying. Okay. All right, so we'll go through some charts. All right, so this is SPY, which is daily, right? Under 20 EMA. I think we should pull at least to the 50 EMA. I watch simple charts, by the way. I don't pay too much attention. I don't draw any lines. I like naked charts. You know, a lot of people draw 50,000 different types of lines all over the place. I don't really pay any attention to any of that. You know, I do watch levels, obviously. Technical analysis is important because too many people watch it. And then, you know, I'm not saying it works 100% or nothing works 100%, but you also have to understand the fundamentals. So after Friday's sell-off, today's rally, I'm not a buyer of this rally. I'm actually a seller, which I'm going to try to sell. If we rally a little bit more, I'll probably go short. But with stops at ATH, all-time highs, I don't trust this rally whatsoever. But then we've had many of these V bottoms, right? And market keeps coming back and saving people's lives. It happens quite often, but then there are stocks that your life is never saved. So, you know, so to give you guys a little idea of what type of stocks I trade, stocks like AOI, AXTI, all these chip stocks, right? And AEHR, and you know, your usual suspect, obviously, you know, your Robinhood, your all the volatile stuff, right? If you're going to trade equities, you got to trade volatile stuff. And I also have scanners that I follow. I pay attention. I pay very close attention to rotation, right? So I watch gold, silver. Obviously, are all breaking under 200 EMAs, which is not good. But I think long-term gold is going to be fine. I watch interest rates through TLT. That's the inverse ETF of the 20-year Treasury bond. You should definitely watch that. Every time that goes over 5% on the 30-year and about 4 3/4 on the 20-year, you know, market takes a hit. I watch the dollar index. Those are the fundamental things I watch. You must understand all the stuff. There's always somehow there's some correlation. For example, crude oil and S&P was almost 100% correlated up until maybe a month and a half ago. And now the correlation broke, right? So oil goes up, market goes up, oil goes down, market goes up. Okay. But before, it was literally, there was an algo running tick for tick. When USO would rally, S&P, SPX would sell off. I'm like, okay. So once you understand the correlation, and then you can understand the rotation. So when gold, silver were mooning, you should have been all in mining stocks. When chip stocks are all mooning, you should be taking advantage of the momentum and trading chip stocks. You know, and the rotation is always there. You just got to find, how do you find that? Obviously, you gain experience, you create some scanners for yourself, and all these things I'm going to teach, obviously, slowly but surely. You know, as a member of the Discord channel, you learn them faster because they'll have more access to me on a one-on-one basis, because I'm not going to do live streams every single day. But I'll post the links of the Discord server in a minute. I posted my website link. On the website, first of all, you're going to definitely get a free newsletter every Monday. Actually, there's one coming out at noon today. So you have time to go. It's free, folks. There's no attachment to it. And there's already 30 plus articles on the blog. And they all point to Rule of 72. You know, all the wonderful things, all the basic things that everybody should know. Unfortunately, most people don't. Rule of compounding, the law of compounding, and you know, all kinds of things, macro stuff that's going on. So, yeah, I mean, USO has been strong, which is the crude oil ETF. And so, you watch a hodgepodge of things and try to make sense of things fundamentally. Because fundamentals do rule, right? But then you have stocks like an IBM, moving like actually IBM is coming into range to be bought, but moving into, it goes from 212 to 332 in like 7 days. This is IBM, folks. So when stuff like this is going on, you have two choices, right? My choice is I don't want to chase. I know there's going to be a pullback. I don't know from where, but I don't want to get nailed with one like it did on Friday, right? And then because to come back from that is really, really difficult. So when you look at Micron, right, stock literally in March, end of March, early April was $300 number. It goes from 300 to 1100. It doesn't make sense, right? Price wise, it doesn't make sense. That's all I'm trying to say. More importantly, what you must understand is, when things are going up is fine. If you're a momentum trader, is fine. But here, you're going to learn how to short things as well. Literally, actually, on this all-time high streak that we had last 3 weeks, I was short a lot of stocks. And, on a day like Friday or there's things called covered puts, meaning you short the stock, you short the put, stock goes down, you get assigned, you make your money. You'll learn all these things. But my thing is I have a full toolbox. I don't do the same thing over and over, because which I see on X and YouTube. Sell the put. I'm like, okay, what will you do if you sold the put on Micron when Micron was 1,000, you sold 1,000 put, and the next day it's at 860? What are you going to do? Same thing with Metas and all these things, right? What are you going to do? What are you going to do if you sold a put on Nike? How about that, right? How about that? I mean, Nike has been in its own bear market for the last, I don't know, 6 years, 5 years. What are you going to do? You're going to keep rolling while the whole world is going by, But then there's a lot of people, who are stuck on the same stocks. They go Palantir. I'm like, bro, there's 10,000 different stocks. Why am I supposed to just trade Palantir? Or they're like in love with SoFi, because these are the names I see on Twitter the most. They go, SoFi. I'm like, what about SoFi? Stock is in a bear market. Well, I have zero interest in SoFi. As a trader, I have zero interest. Unless you're short, you're not making money on SoFi the last 6-8 months. Same thing in Robinhood. I like Robinhood here, but at 155, no. Okay, so my thing is find yourself a group of stocks that are in rotation, because rotation is happening due to institutional money. It's not happening because Robinhood YOLOers are buying the stock. Okay, find rotation, join the big money, and it ends like it was. Let's say it was going on with retailers, right? Now they're all kind of coming back. Dollar Tree, 142 down to 85. There are a lot of stocks that give you opportunity to trade both ways. And here, I go long, I go short. I have a balanced port mostly. And the important thing is to just understand who you are, what you can do. And without having the tools, a lot of people go buy options and they lose money. And I'm like, yeah, 90% of option traders lose money. But then there's somehow on X all these option sellers that never lose money, and they have huge followings. And I'm going like, you guys are in elementary school, man. You guys got to learn. You guys got to take some directional bets here and there. That's where the money's at. I mean, options are to be sold. I understand that, but you can't just only sell premium. And then you get assigned the stock and you sell an aggressive call. I call it wheeling. That's I don't know what that is. That's like elementary school stuff. And you guys got to understand that when you're actually trading, you need to take a directional bet. It could be by purchasing shares. It could be by purchasing options. Not every time you need to sell puts and calls. You should be buying puts and calls once in a while, right? You should be taking a directional bet. So, my goal is here going forward to teach all this stuff. And hopefully I'll have some success at it. And so not much is going on. I'm just going through my list. Let me see what the big movers are today, and then I'll go have a cup of coffee and then leave you guys with my part. It's only been half an hour. Holy crap. It's going live for like the whole trading session. It's going to be tough. Let me take a look. My World Cup is starting. Thank God. Thank God. It's going to be fun. It's going to be fun, folks. Love football, by the way. Football, not soccer. Football. Football. Football, football, football. Uh-huh. All right, so what am I looking at? Let's see. There's only 4 stocks today. Wow, Galaxy Digital, HYLN, that's been breaking out. Yeah, it's making 52-week high after 52-week high. Not enough for me. American Battery, wow. Well, that's coming from the death of death. Wow, huge volume. Huge volume on Friday. No, actually today. Let's see what the news is on that thing. Yeah, I don't buy too many things that are like under 5, but once in a while I'll take a look at it. Department of Energy reinstates grant for 115 million lithium American. That's a short. Actually, there's probably a big ass short position in that stock. That's why it's up on huge volume. 50 million shares already traded. That's a runner, actually. Yeah, we keep an eye on that one. We definitely should keep an eye on that one. I see CBRS is running up to 10%. Well, I have a strangle on that one, covered strangle on the 2x ETF of CBRS. So that's a good position to have. So what's a covered strangle? That's a toolbox, right? It's a tool. You got to know. What is this covered strangle? You buy the shares, you sell the put, you sell the call. So, for example, for this position, CBRG is a 2x ETF of CBRS, which is the new issue that came public at 180. Talk about new issue. I'll talk about SpaceX coming up, right? Should we buy? Should we not buy? I'm not going to buy. Actually, I'm about to buy something, so we'll see. Yeah, I'm not going to participate in that. But so what's a covered strangle? For example, open position here, right? I bought CBRG at 611, 1,500 shares. And I sold the 6.7 expiring June 18th strangle, right? I sold the 6 puts for 90 cents. And I sold those 7 calls for 66 cents. So I did this. I bought this on Thursday, folks. Literally the day before the crash, right? Okay. So I paid 611 for the shares. Okay, stock is 721, so that's ahead. However, I sold the puts, I sold the calls, saying what to the market? So combined of premium taking was about $1.50, $1.40, $1.55. So I'm telling the market, you can come have my shares at 7 plus the $1.55, which is $8.55. Cost base is 611 to 855 in 2 weeks. It's 44%. Simultaneously, I'm telling the market, well, I'm selling the 6 puts. I will not mind buying another 1,500 shares of CBRG, which is the 2x ETF of CBRS, at 6 minus the 155 or 160, which is going to put me at $4.30, which will put CBRS at probably like 170 range. So I was fine with that, right? So if the stock ends between 6 and 7, options will expire worthless. The return for 2 weeks, ROI for 2 weeks on this position is about 27%. If I get called away, it's about over 40%. If I get assigned, great. 611 plus the 430, my new cost basis will be about 540. Then you can sell calls. Then you can put another strangle on. But that's how I play the game. I mean, I look at ROI. I mean, for 2 weeks, if I get called away, returning 44% on my money is, I don't know. It's like bonkers. You know what I'm saying? So anyway, but that's where we are. And let's go to the front. And I'll answer a couple of questions if there's questions. Lots of we just bought something. Let's take a look at what we bought. Oh, yeah. Okay, I'm gonna post that. Let's see if it works. Actually, I'm gonna buy that on Robinhood account too. Let's see if that works. Lots of unknown teams. I'm betting on all the dark horses on Robinhood. All of them. Ecuador, Colombia, and a penny to win the World Cup. Okay. I have more orders. Actually, I'm going to buy the same thing in Robinhood account. So anyway, I'll post everything, folks. Super transparent. Nothing to hide. No need to hide anything at all. Okay, let's go buy some shares. Okay. I like putting orders in and have the market come to me as opposed to me just chasing every second. Please put up the questions if you have. I'll take a quick break real short here, and then I'll come back. And okay, orders are in. Orders are in. I posted it on Discord on the premium member side already. Let's see if they get it. If they get it, they get it. Yep, cool. 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 All right, folks, I'm going to take a quick break, and I shall be back. I'll leave you guys with the S&P chart. How about that? There's SPX for you guys. 2 minute. That's the daily. 1 day, 2 minute chart. Enjoy it. I'll be back. All right, little break. Back at it. Market's getting a little push. Seems like it, which is fine. That's the SPX 1-day 2-minute chart. I do 3 different intraday charts. So for clarification, I use Thinkorswim for my trading platform. I've been a Schwab client for probably, I don't know, as long as I can remember, to be perfectly honest. As I said, even on these, I just don't draw lines. I don't day trade. There are days that I do, but to hedge mostly. I also trade the futures for hedging purposes. Those are the tools of the toolbox that you're going to hopefully learn here. And yeah, we do things a lot differently here on the trading desk. Yeah, we're not one-trick ponies. Sell put, sell calls. That doesn't work. I mean, it works, but I don't think people understand the risk of selling options either. And they sell it, and then they get stuck with stuff. For example, Bitcoin, BMNR. What a disaster that's been, right? Here's BMNR. I mean, that's the 2-minute one. So anyway, going to the intraday, staying with that. Drop-down menu. I have a 10-minute, 10-day chart that I follow. Volume and MACD, basically. That's about it. And please learn about technical, trading. Don't use too many tools. First of all, there is no tool that is a leading indicator. They're all lagging indicators, obviously, but I like it for momentum purposes, especially the zero line. Buy yourself a book. I recommended it to my member group, a couple of books about options and technical analysis. Again, know how to do things, understand the setups. Everybody can read charts, right? But then you also, again, need experience. And then on the intraday side, I also have a 30-minute, 30-day, 1-hour chart that I follow. That's the SPMNR, by the way. And then obviously I look at a 1-year, 1-day. Look at that. I mean, what a disaster, right? Talking about BMNR, let's talk a little bit about Bitcoin and Ethereum. Here's Ethereum. I mean, what does that look like to you guys? If that's not a bear market, I don't know what it is. So what is your business in being BMNR? Because it's a proxy for Ethereum. Same thing on MSTR, right? People are cussing out Michael Saylor. Michael Saylor is not doing anything he said he wasn't going to do. And there you go. Technical analysis doesn't work. Yeah, it does work, actually. It's not a coincidence that we came up to the 200 EMA and then just absolutely dead stopped it there and then just turned it back down, retesting the lows. So the same thing is going on. This is IBIT, which is the ETF of Bitcoin. What does that look like? Lower lows, lower highs. Looks like death to me. Again, that's 1 year, 1 day. And then I have setups for 1 day, 3 year. Always look back, right? And here's 3 year. I mean, it looks like Bitcoin is definitely on its way to about 50K. Lower lows, lower highs. What else? That's why technical analysis is good for. It tells you where the trend is. The trend is your friend, folks. Okay? Don't ever question a trend. And also don't question the market, right? You may have your opinion about it, but the price takes precedence for me. What you see in front of you is the price. You can argue with it all you want until you're blue in the face. It's not going to help you, especially if you're going against the trend. Do I do counter trend stuff? Absolutely, yeah. When things go parabolic, I like shorting things. But again, that comes with experience. That comes with knowledge. And, if you don't have the stomach for it, don't do it. Again, none of this is trading financial investment advice, entertainment purposes only. So that's where we are. I mean, this is bear market. There's no ifs and buts about it. Unlike SPX, right? Yeah, there's SPX, same 3 year, higher highs, higher lows. Yeah, with a whoosh correction here and there, and crash or two or whatever. But again, I don't draw too many lines. When I do draw lines, I make sure they're like long-term, intermediate, and short-term trends. But when it comes to swing trading, you don't need too many lines. But again, to each their own. They interpret, I look at a chart, interpret it differently, and you look at a chart, interpret it differently. So, it seems like there are a lot of technical analysts out there, and pay attention to fundamentals, folks. Fundamentals work. Again, like I said this morning, I'm not buying any of this rally today at all. And so we did the right thing by selling those Soxal calls. Whoa, CBRG melting up, which is the CBRS. CBRS is Cerberus, right? CBRS, the new issue that came public. Covered strangle on it. Hopefully, if we get called away, not this Friday, next Friday, June expiration, 44% return. And again, position sizing is key. Like, you're going to say, well, why didn't you go all in if you were so sure, this and that? We don't do that here. We don't go FOMO. We don't go YOLO. We don't do any of that. We just, I don't put more than 5 to 7% of my account equity into any position to start with. Let it be options, let it be stocks, let it be whatever it is. And, position size is key. This is not a get-rich-quick scheme, folks. Trading is not about that. Trading is about longevity. Trading is about hunkering down when things are going bad. Trading is about pulling back, turning the PC off, and walking away. If you're on a cold streak, I know this from my 30-plus years of trading. I've had many of those cold streaks. The trading is about managing drawdowns. Again, same thing. If you have a $1,000 or $10,000 account and you bleed it to $5,000, now you have to double that. Right? And to get back to just the even. Well, no, we don't do that here. What we do is we don't allow more than 15-18% drawdowns equity-wise, because that's what I watch. I watch my equity. My equity is my scoreboard. It should be your scoreboard. It should be everybody's scoreboard, right? Most people, treat equity. I treat it as my scoreboard. It doesn't lie to you. You may have 50 different positions, and then they're all getting marked to market every second of every day. And if it's a red day for you, it's a red day. It doesn't matter what the market is doing. So if you lost money today, you lost money today in the open positions. Yes, there's unrealized gains, unrealized losses, realized gain, realized losses. A lot of people take realized gains, and then they post that. They go, look at me. I'm like, made money. Yeah, but what about your unrealized losses? Right? People don't figure any of this out. You got to figure all this out, man. The trading is not a joke, especially if you're going to do it for a living, which is very difficult to do. But if you don't pay attention to these, and if you allow drawdown, if you have a $100,000 account, $1 million account, doesn't matter. If you're writing a stock like SoFi, Palantir, Hood, whatever, right? Okay, good. I'm bullish on Hood, but I was bullish at 80. I wasn't bullish at 155. And the point I'm trying to make is you cannot do these like wild gyrations, right? Stocks are to be bought and sold. So if you have a $100,000 million account, you let it draw down to 500,000. Now I have to double that, right? Again, for example, on Hood, right? People love it. Okay, I like the company. I think it's a great company. I think it's still expensive here, but okay. Goes from 150 to 75. That's down 50%, right? Okay. Well, so if you're just holding Hood, your account went down 50%. Account equity. Okay. Well, now Hood has to double in price for you to just break even. Same thing with your equity. So I watch my account equity like a hawk. I mean, that's my scoreboard. That doesn't lie to you. It's looking at you in the face every second of every day and getting adjusted with the positions you have. Hopefully you have winning positions and then you'll do fine. But if you have $1 more today than you did yesterday, you made money. So the point I'm trying to make is there's a lot of things to teach for people to understand. And, what I do is completely different than what most people do. And as it should be, because as a trader, that's what your job is. Your job cannot just be simply, I'll sell puts. Okay, great. Well, if I'm trading, I'm not happy with 20, 30% a year. I'm trying to get probably 3x of the benchmark, right? Because you have to figure in slippage. You have to figure in commissions. You have to figure in taxes. Taxes are a big deal. Uncle Sam, you got to pay Uncle Sam unless you're running some sort of stuff in Cayman Islands or whatever, right? That's for big money. Most of us have accounts here. We have to pay taxes. Well, what are taxes on trading. They're all short-term capital gains. Short-term capital gain taxes are a lot higher than long-term capital gains. So understand that as well. You have to understand all this before you even start trading. But most people just jump in because they heard something somewhere and then they just YOLO into something. It doesn't work like that. It's not as simple as people make it out to be. All I'm saying is there's risk in everything. A lot of the fools out there who go like, sell put, sell this, sell that. Talk about the ones that you get nailed with, right? Okay, let's say Avago, good example. Good earnings, stock goes down literally 120 points. What if you sold puts on Avago? What if you were trying to, catch a few dimes in front of the bulldozer? Then what? Now what? Now what are you going to do? Now you're going to go long-term holder now. Now you're going to sell calls, and you're going to try to lower your cost basis because you're definitely going to get assigned, right? So understand the risk. There is risk in every single thing that you do. And, you work on risk, you work on probabilities. What are your probabilities? My probabilities are, I try to have them as high as possible. I have my rules. I don't break my rules. I try not to break my rules. But even for me, sometimes it becomes difficult because you get emotionally involved, right? Money is money. You get emotionally involved. So if you guys have any questions, please post them on X, because I think I'm on X as well on both channels. So if you guys are interested in following me on X, so I'm going to start posting some of these actually pretty soon. I'm going to have a running banner on the bottom with all this information. So my new X account is at Trading Desk. I'm dyslexic. HQ. So that's the new finance channel account. Then I will just tell you guys about the Discord channel shortly. Well, not shortly, right now. So I launched a Discord channel over the weekend, Discord server over the weekend. If you guys are interested, there's a free one. I'm going to post the links for that, so you can grab the link here, but it's also in the show notes, folks. Make sure you grab the link, and there's a free version and there's a premium version. For the premium version, I'm going to post both links right now. Here we go. Here's the links. Let me post those real quick. Give me 1 second. All right. All right, the free Discord link is this one. If you're not familiar with Discord, please download it on your phone or on your laptop or on your tablet, wherever you think it's proper to join the Trading Desk Discord. So this is the free one. Here we go. It's also in the show notes. So if you look at the live stream, it says more. That's the free version. And there is a premium version, because I'm not going to work for free. If I'm going to educate, you got to pay. There's no freebies on this planet. There's no free meals. If you want free meals, go to McDonald's. Let's see if you can get a free meal there. And this is the paid version. And here's the paid version. That's the paid version. Okay, so these two. On the paid version, on checkout, please use all caps first. Okay, I'm dyslexic for sure. First 100. So the first 100 people who join the premium Discord are going to get 50% off if you use this promo code FIRST100. A free version is still fine. You still get my weekly newsletter for free. There's good, there's free chat there. There's a lot of good stuff in the free version. You don't have to be the premium member, but if you're a premium member, then you're going to get much, much more. So number one, you're going to get access to my trades live, because as soon as I do a trade, I'll post it. Again, none of this is trading financial investment advice. Do your own due diligence. What I do is risky. It fits my personality, it fits my risk tolerance, it fits my account size, all that stuff. So what you get as a premium Discord member is You get my trade live. You get end of day positions every day. You get my long-term port, access to my long-term port, what I'm doing there. You get bi-monthly members-only live streams, Ask Me Anything sessions. You get my small $1,000 Robinhood account, not that you may be interested in, but $1,000 Robinhood account challenge. Every day I'll post the positions and I'll post the equity in that one as well. Full transparency. You get, you get members chat, obviously, right? And you get to ask me questions in the Discord. So first 100 is the promo code. And those are the 3 links. The first one, this one right here. This is the free Discord. Again, all of this information is also on the show notes, so you don't have to grab it here. You can grab it on the show notes. This is the paid version. And this is the promo code for you to get 50% off for 3 months. And pretty soon we're going to have referral links and stuff like that as well. So let me just leave this right there. Anyway, so yeah, and that's where we are. That's where we are. Yeah, we bought that. Okay. Ooh, we're rallying here. We definitely are. We are rallying. We are rallying. Okay. I'm gonna look at CRM. Yeah, well, for example, CRM, right? 370 high, we hit 160. All those, the software stocks, CRM, Adobe. Look at these charts, right? You wouldn't know the market's making all-time high after all-time high by looking at these group, right? So 640 high down to 224. ServiceNow. Although that had like a little pop here, I don't know if I trust it. It just stopped right at the 200 EMA. Same thing, 240 high, hit 80. If you're in CRM, you wouldn't know that you have a bull market, roaring bull market, right? But if you're in SanDisk, if you're in SanDisk, you have a roaring bull market. If you're in Micron, you have a roaring bull market. If you're in Western Digital, you have a roaring bull market. But if you're in PayPal, it's a market of stocks, folks. It's not a stock market. Stocks back down to 40. I mean, if you guys look at long-term PayPal, my God, here's forever PayPal, 310 high. We're at 40, folks. Yeah, I sell puts. Yeah, I get a sign. Yeah, it's like, well, good luck. I mean, PayPal is literally back to where it was in 2016, literally, while the market has gone up 6x. Like, not interested in any of the stuff. Especially if you're trading, investing too, you shouldn't be interested in it anyway. But so it's a market of stocks. It's not a stock market. Okay, I understand that. And but if you're in like Seagate, right, roaring bull market. Okay, all chip stocks. But then, breaks do happen, like Avago happened, and still kind of an uptrend, but kind of getting tired. Soxel, for example, that's the 3x ETF of SOX, semiconductor index. Yeah, that's a wild chart. I mean, I think it was $50 in March, 50 to 285. Well, yeah, you trade. That's a trading opportunity, long and short. So we were long, luckily, over the weekend, took advantage of the pop, sold all the calls. And I had the Friday 250 calls actually expiring this Friday. Made some decent money. Positions are posted on the YouTube channel as well. Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Community page of the YouTube channel. And yeah. What else am I watching? Yeah, I'm kind of interested in CRM on this pullback here. MACD above 0. This is the 1-day, 1-year chart. probably worth a pop with a 2x ETF. I'm not sure. I'm interested. Let's talk a little bit about SpaceX IPO, and everybody asks me always about Tesla. Tesla has been the same price for the last 5 years. Great trading stock. But if you bought it 10 years ago, yeah, buy and hold worked. But for example, Tesla, people talk about Tesla all the time. I'm like, okay, Tesla, let's take a look. Let's take a look at what Tesla has done. Okay, let's look at, this is the forever Tesla. Let's take a look at 10-year Tesla. Okay, so Tesla today is at 395. Tesla, July of 2022 was 395. 4 years, same price. Okay, great. Is it a great trading stock? Yeah. But if you bought it in July 2024 and 395, you're still at the same place, right? While the world is going by you, right? Okay, so while the world is literally rotating, right? What's working on rotation? Let's say base metals, industrial metals. You know, trade different stocks, right? There's not like, look at Alcoa, beautiful pullback now. Probably should be bought. Look at Freeport McMoran, right? Copper stocks, all good, all uptrends. Follow the trend. You know, buy the pullbacks on, or if you're going to put seller, sell premium on pullbacks on these stocks, as opposed to the same old stocks. Because then more people going to talk about SoFi. I'm like, what about SoFi? There's so many better banks than SoFi. SoFi is just a bank, and the price set tells you the story. You know, if you want to trade a bank, go trade JP Morgan. Look at the difference. Go trade Goldman Sachs. Right? I'm looking for higher highs, higher lows. If I'm on the long side, if I'm on the short side, obviously they're the other way around. So SpaceX IPO coming this week. That's going to suck about 1.75 trillion. I think part of the selling was due to that on Friday, because a lot of institutions have to make space for 1.75 trillion dollars worth of stock that's going to be placed in those accounts. And so what happened? They sold all the space ones, right? Rocket Lab. Beautiful winner. I think I'm interested in that in the 50 EMA, about 105 range. You know, patiently, you got to wait. The other thing is you got to wait. You got to wait for the stock to come to you. You know, sometimes you chase because momentum is so fierce, but most of the time you wait. Redwire, same thing, pulling back. Okay, and let it pull back, let it, you know, digest. Same thing on ASTS. So all these stocks are being sold in lieu of making space for what? SpaceX. Okay. Are all these stocks valuation extremely high? Rocket Lab, Redwire, ASTS, UMAC, things like that? Of course it is. But you trade both sides, right? You short, you long. You know, the pullbacks are severe in these things. And my goal is to trade. I'm a trader. I will not buy and hold. I mean, if you bought and held ASTS, you've done well, or Rocket Lab, or any of these stocks. But at some point, valuations matter. Okay, same thing happened on Palantir, for example. People were, you know, Palantir went from 10 to 200. Okay, great. Now what? For the last, year? Nothing. 207 high. We're down to 136. I'm not interested in Palantir until it starts going back up again, right? And so the key for me is I don't have to be in Palantir now. There's 10,000 other stocks that I can put it in my scanner and figure out the rotation. For example, when gold was going up, what was going on, and silver was going up, what was going on with gold, silver stocks. Look at that, right? Well, now I'm not interested. I'll wait until that group is basing catch rotation on something else. What was the rotation for the last 2 months? Obviously, due to the Middle East conflict, simple, oil, right? All the drillers, all the major names, okay, Exxon. There you go. I mean, you don't have to go too far to trade. These are, look at that, right? I mean, stock went from 120 to 180, right? Valero, all the refiners. Look at that uptrend. Why can't we just trade that? Why do we have to go trade SoFi? Well, Valero is going from 160 to 260. I'm not sure. But then, you know, people do what they do. Well, Phillips 66, there's another beautiful uptrend. You know, all the drillers, Halliburton, Schlumberger, and pipeline operators, beautiful. It's just you know, Suncor Energy, for example. Look at that. Look at that beautiful uptrend. Just trade the uptrend, man. You'll be so much happier, and your account will be happier. Because otherwise, you're in the same damn 10 stocks, because that's all I see on X. Everybody talks about still Palantir, they talk about SoFi, they talk about this, but like, bro, there's 10,000 stocks. You're sleeping. You're sleeping at the wheel. The world is going by you. If you're just talking about SoFi for the last 2 years, you missed all the chip rally. You know what I mean? It's like, okay, so I don't know. But I guess maybe it's me. Maybe I do things differently. And it's all good though. So yeah, I'm kind of interested in CRM, especially the 2x ETF of that thing. I think I do like that at this price anyway for a pop. This is just a pop. I don't like buying too many things on pullbacks, but then when the rally happens on good volume, potentially short covering though, it's still bounced to 200 EMA, failed. How many times it failed at 200 EMA? I'm like, oh, on my daily charts, let me just give you guys that too. I'll do that periodically. I have 3 moving averages. Excuse me. 200 EMA, 50 EMA, 20 EMA, Bollinger Bands, volume, MACD. That's it. That's all I watch. Keep it simple, stupid is the rule. I'll throw out my mentor's words to you guys that I collected over the last, I don't know, 30 years while I was on Wall Street. They'd be like, Sergio, keep it simple. I'm like, okay, cool. Could we do the complicated stuff? Could we do butterflies? Could we do iron condors? Could we do short strangles? Could we do all that? We can do all that because we have it in the toolbox, but it's not proper. Like, for example, on CRM, it probably sell up a credit spread would be proper at this point, right? I mean, that's what I would do. I wouldn't sell naked puts, especially on volatile things. Please don't sell puts and calls. And when IV is like, a lot of people say when IV is high, you should sell puts. I'm like, no, there's a reason IV is high, and IV could go higher, implied volatility, right? And watch VIX, of course, right? But more importantly, stocks IV is a lot different than the market, right? So when you're dealing with a micron, yeah, calls should be sold. Like if you saw calls at 800 level, if you sold 1,000 calls, right, 1,000 strike calls because IV is super high, when that thing got to 1,100, those calls went up like 20x on you. Then what are you going to do? Yeah, you say, okay, well, I didn't get out. I had unrealized losses. I'm just going to wait and blah, blah, blah. You got blown out, my man, especially if you sized incorrectly. You got blown out. So buying calls is okay. Buying puts is okay. You just got to do it at the right time. Hopefully you know what the heck you're doing there. Same thing happened with the quantum stocks, Rigetti's and things like that. IONQ and ARQQ. And when Rigetti went from, I don't know, 15 to 58 in about a month and a half, you should have traded that, right? And so, and short as well, by the way. Same thing with the energy stocks, like Oklo. 193 down to 60 now. Well, yeah. But then on the other hand, you have for that one, you have a Bloom Energy pulling back 50 MA. Looks like a good entry point. You're a put seller. Maybe it's an okay area here to do. But I'd rather take a directional bet on BE right here, right? For 60 points from the high. Can I grab 20 points on its way back to all-time highs? Yeah. That's it. You're gonna make more money that way. You're gonna be happier. So yeah, why do I keep looking at CRM? Am I gonna force myself into that is the question. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna short Soxful at some point over up to the 16. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna short Soxful. Actually, let me take a look. I have a position on SNDQ, which is the 2x bearish ETF of SanDisk. SNDQ. I had bought the puts back of the covered strangle. I think I'm gonna put the puts back out again. Yeah, 560. I'm definitely gonna put the puts back out. Let's take a look. SNDQ. Yeah, I'll definitely put the puts out. I think so. I think so. Well, Velo 100, okay. Velo 3D is doing well. Bought 1,000 shares at 16.55 or at 17.06. We are CBRG is melting up 7.65. Holy crap! Yeah, well, we get called away. We get called away. Not concerned. 44% for 2 weeks. I'll take that any day. What else we're gonna do though? What was I gonna do? Oh yeah, sell some puts on SNDQ. Yes, sir. Put the strangle back on. June's. I'm short the June 7s. I was short the June 5/7 strangle and long the shares. I'm long the shares. Where am I long the shares at? I'm long 1,500 shares at 556, and we're at 556. And I had taken in $1.25. Bought the puts back at 50%. Now I'm going to put the puts back again. Let's put the 5 puts back out again. Let's see if we can put them out. Not at the symmetrical way. Let's sell the puts again. Let's sell 5.5, 50 cents. So now I'm legging back into the strangle. I had the covered strangle, bought the shares, sold the 5/7 strangle. Had done it at 125, sold the puts at 75, sold the calls at 50 cents. Now, bought the calls back. Actually, I bought the puts back on the rally in SNDQ at 35 cents, which was 50%. Now we're going to put them back out again. I'll start putting those back out. These are expire Friday, June 18th. Let's try to get 55 cents for it. So I'm going to sell up to 15 lots. So I'm long 1,500 shares, short 1,500 calls, short 15 calls, 7 calls. Nope, didn't do it. That's okay. We'll get it done at some point. And then we'll sell some more. It's, yeah, okay. Create a duplicate order. That's 65 cents. Okay. If we pull back some more, we'll do that. We'll get that done. What else is going on? Yeah, everything is proper. I like Hood here. I think Hood's going to get a lot of... let's see. One of my members said something on Discord. Let's see what they said. Let's see. Oh, somebody said, is it me or there's a second rotation going on? There's always something going on. Okay. Yeah, I don't believe this rally whatsoever, by the way. At all. Definitely short Soxel, for sure. Not today. If we get up to about 230 range to start shorting Soxel. Those puts didn't happen. Oh, we'll get it done. Again, you gotta wait. You gotta put the order in and wait. Don't chase it unless you have something imminent going on. Wow. This AAOI, the stock is absolutely crazy, man. Oh, wow. Okay. XTI, not so much. Yeah, okay. Sounds good. Well, let's take a look at my scanner. What's going on? HUBC up only 965% today. Wow, shit. HUBC. Wow. Crazy. Oh, come on, man. What is that? No, I'm not interested. INHD. I have multiple scanners that I'm running. That's interesting. Wow. It's only up 400% today. Yeah, all these stocks, man. You know, if you're day trading, you gotta trade stuff like this, but you gotta hold your breath. Yeah, not for me. And SUNE and SDOT. SDOT. That's interesting. Up 54%. That looks interesting. Yeah, all these stocks that died and just to have this periodic algo bounce suck more people in. And not interested in that either. ABAT, I think that was in the morning, right? We looked at that one. That has potential, actually. Yeah, now up to 418, getting squeezed. Let's see what kind of short position there is on that thing. That looks interesting, man. Even for me, that looks interesting. On the daily chart, anyway. Let's take a look. Let's take a look at the short position on ABAT. I know it was a dog. It's been a dog. But today, up 34%. When momentum catches on these. Department of Energy reinstates grant for American battery technology. Okay. Well, I use Yahoo Finance, by the way. Simple, man. Simple. Statistics gives you everything. And it's free. 506 million market cap as of today. Not that big. 16 million revenue. No good. No profits. 37 million in cash, which is about 30 cents a share. 136 million implied shares. 131 million float. 22 million short. Yeah, those are the types of stocks that you got to pay attention to. You can get a short squeeze out of these things. 17% of the float is short. Let's see if the options are saying anything. They have monthly cycle. They don't have weeklies on these. Yeah, they are trading a bunch. 4s traded already, almost the open interest today. 5s traded just about the open interest today. Okay. Not as much as I thought it would be, but then this not, won't trade options on this $4 stock. It is like an option. That's interesting. It had its runs, 50 million shares already. It's a momentum stock for sure. Yeah, that definitely looks interesting. But then I have other things I'm looking at to replace that. I don't know why I'm stuck at CRM down coupled today on a market melting up. Earnings are out of the way. I had this short covering, whatever bounce you want to call it. I like ServiceNow better if you wanted to ask me. Or you could be in a death stock like Duolingo, for example. Look at that death. Gosh. That's ridiculous. 544 high, struggling at 120. My God. No thanks. CRM. I probably should nibble. Looks like I got the 10-minute 10-day. I mean, downtrend, man. Although pulling back into support right about here. 211 high. I have it right on support right here. See, this is the way I look at it, and I decide I do it. 211 high, pull back to 180. Rally went from 172 to 211, 40 points. What is that? 25%, 20%? 2XETF will go 40%. If we retest a high, 185 to 215, 30 points. About 18%. It should go up 36%. Does CRMG have options? We could do a covered strangle on that probably. Yeah, why not? Yep. Monthly cycle. Yeah, they do have options. There's nothing like this. CBRS. Soxel 220. Holy shit. Big old rally going on. Yeah, keep rallying. I'll short right into that. Sold the calls at the open. I bet you they're like $7-8 now. They are 7.5. Wow, cool, awesome. Can't go broke making money, folks. Ring that cash register. SNDQ 555, 65, and 75. We'll put those puts out again. The 5 puts we're selling, completing the cover strangle that I had to start with. Create duplicate order. Cool. Cool. Yeah. S&P rallying. A little resistance here, but Soxel is such a beautiful trader. Moves like 30 points a day. If you want to day trade that thing, trade that. If you have the balls. Yeah, Soxel, I'm definitely shorting that thing about 230. No question. Yeah, just patiently waiting. You're going to say, well, why don't you go long? It's only 219. I'm like, no, I'd rather have a short bias on this than a long bias, actually. Yeah. A lot of people say like, oh, is the rally over in the chip stocks? I don't know, man. How do I know? What I know is that they've gone nosebleeds. Micron has earnings coming up. They have earnings coming up on June 24th. This rally should be sold. I mean, we dead stopped at 20 EMA. It's not a coincidence that we did. That's why I watch EMA instead of SMA, by the way. EMA meaning exponential moving average instead of simple moving average. It kind of tells you the trend, right? A lot of people pay attention to moving averages, which they should. But yeah, I mean, that thing dropped from 1090 to 860 in 2 days. That's a lot of points, folks. So a 50% rally back up to maybe 1,000 or 990. That's definitely a sale on Micron. Same thing happened on SanDisk. I mean, they're the ones pushing the SOX index. Yeah, there's a gap up there. I'm not a huge fan of the gaps. Most gaps close, but then when they close is the question. The other problem these stocks are going to have is technically MACD momentum is really, really coming out of it. A lot of these stocks have bearish divergences developing. Not so much on Micron, but for sure on SanDisk, for sure on, let's see, stocks. Yeah, they're all in kind of short-term sales. So I'd rather short rallies when MACD momentum or momentum indicators are turning down. And vice versa, same thing is happening on the other hand. What else? Yeah, that's about it. I don't know why I keep going CRM. I think I'm going to make myself buy it. What is the put credit spread on CRM for June? I don't mind doing that. For June 18. Where's the stock at? 183, 180, 175 PCS. This is my thought process. This is how I think. So 180, 175, 183 credit. Rule of thumb is on PCS, you should be taking about 50% when you put the position on. But this only has like 10 days to go. Obviously, gamma is higher. Altos are going to be higher, so it's up to you. Tasty says do 40, 50 day and then cover 50% at 50% duration. Kind of cover in 21. I actually like doing the shorter duration ones. More risk, obviously. But I do like that position, actually. I think I'm going to put some on. I think I'm going to put that on. Yeah, I think I like that better than directional here. Take some premium in. Accounts all too much cash in the account. Too much cash in the account. Yeah, way too much cash in the account. Sell those puts, that should be all right. 750 on CBRG. Holy shit. Beautiful. Awesome. I got that going. Yeah, I think we're going to do that. Good morning, John. Good morning, Mike. I'll be around. Hope you're doing well, John. So the Discord server, free one up here. Here's the free one. You got plenty for the free one. You get a chat. You get, no, that's my website. Sorry. That's my website up here. No, that's my Trading Desk new Twitter account. I don't know why I went in there. And underneath is the free Discord. And this is the paid premium Discord. And put first 100 if you decide to get in, get 50% off for 3 months on the Discord channel. It launched today, so I have no expectations. I really don't care. But as long as I can teach and educate, I'm fine. Okay. Okay, folks. Yeah, I think I'm going to put that on. $1.45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. That's done. We'll add. Okay. Okie dokie. All right. Time for another little coffee break. Mike. Good morning, Mike. Good morning, up here. Mike. You're being a cheapo, Mike. You do 8,000 trades a day. The commission you pay is like 10x of my premium membership. Don't be a cheap Armo. Join the members Discord. That's, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, so let me post those one more time and then make it clear. The website is www.sergioavadian.com, number one. Number two, let's post those one more time and then I'll go have a coffee break. 8:23. It's only 2 hours in. There'll be more opportunities today. Yeah, I'm not going to day trade for sure, but I will definitely short Soxel at some point though. Yeah. All right. So it's in the show notes, by the way, but here's the free Discord. It's free, folks. Seriously free. And you get my free newsletter for it with it if you join free Discord. Okay. It's coming out today. And there's a free chat. You can ask me stuff. There was a YouTube member that just joined. Thank you for doing it, but we're going to update that literally today. So if you're interested in joining Discord, I'm posting it. Please do that because you're literally going to be a member for a day, which doesn't make sense. But if you're here to learn, you're at the right place. And this right here is the paid. And that's the paid. And use first 100 to get a 50% off for 3 months. All caps, by the way, FIRST. Okay. Okay, folks, I'm going to go take a break. I'll leave you guys with a beautiful sunset back of my house. And I'll be back. How do we do? Let's take one more quick look at the positions. Always be mindful of what's going on. Yeah, we did that. We did that. Okay. Okay. Cool. Cool. I post my positions every Monday, Wednesday, Friday on the community page of the YouTube channel. I also post my $1,000 Robinhood account challenge probably every Monday, Wednesday, Friday as well on the community page of the YouTube channel. But I post it every day on Discord. Okay. Cool. I will be back. Okay. What's going on? Thank you for hanging around. I'll go live again tomorrow, but not at market open. I thought today would sell off at the open, but then we popped. I mean, but I'm not buying this rally at all. At all. So, yeah. I'm not buying this rally at all. Okay. Wow. Up 20%. Holy shit. CBRS. Covered strangle. Take it away for 44%. I'm happy with that. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, we'll add to that. Okay, what else is going on, folks? Anything else? Ask me some questions. AMA, ask me anything. Come on now, don't be shy. Ask me about my past, ask me about my future, ask me about trading, ask me about risk management, ask me about position sizing, ask me about whatever you guys want to ask about. Whatever. Anything is game. I can talk to you guys about my daily routine. I'm up at 5:30 every morning, have a cup of coffee. So once I have my cup of coffee, gotta have the cup of coffee. Then look at the news, pre-market, go over the positions. If I need to sell anything at the open, or or buy anything at the open. Good question. I'll answer that question actually. How did I get that desk job on Wall Street? A lot easier today, in those days than today. So I went to school. So I was born in Istanbul, Turkey. I'm Armenian, like my brother Mike here. Went to high school in Germany, finished it, came to the US, learned a little bit of English, and went to college. Went to college, major college in California, and got a finance degree. Was trading commodities, gold, silver, stuff like that for a couple of years, since the age of 16, 17, actually. Always was interested in the markets, and went to school, got the finance degree, literally got hired before I graduated by a boutique firm called Beige Halsey Stewart Shields. We're going a long way back now, folks. We're going to the days of this, way before decimalization, way before high frequency trading. And got the job, moved to New York. Best years of my life. Used to get drunk every day at Windows of the World, which was one of the top of the Twin Towers, which was taken down. So then they thought I'd be a good runner on COMEX, which was on the second or third floor of the World Trade Center, the old World Trade Center. I was a runner, started on the pits, became a trader in the pits. Then they moved me to the desk. We were bought out. We were a very good boutique firm, but we were bought out by a much larger outfit called Prudential Insurance. Then we became Prudential Securities. Was on the desk for 20 plus years, moved up, became a VP, senior VP. Probably had, I don't know, 100 and plus traders under me. Beautiful days. The days that spreads were wide, 20-some-year-old making stupid money in New York. Great. And yeah, that went on. It was tough, but it was great. And then finally settled into trading equities and derivatives. And so basically trading all my life. That's the only thing I know. Well, I do it well because I'm still alive, number one. Number two, then I quit, retired, whatever you want to call it, in 2002. Then started a mortgage company. Did that really well for, I don't know how many years, 6 years, until the market crashed. Those beautiful loans that we did, they all went bankrupt. Somebody has to do it. We used to send them to Countrywide. We used to send them to Century Financial, subprime loans. Knew the shit was going to hit the fan, but made a ton of money on the way down. Shorting Countrywide, shorting Bear Stearns, shorting Lehman. Always involved in the markets. Then adapt, adjust to learn. And then still trade, obviously, my own family account. And I trade for a couple of friends, but I don't like taking money on. It's too much responsibility. Thought of having a hedge fund maybe 15 years ago. I was like, nah, regulations, this and that. Should have done it, looking back. Shoulda, woulda, coulda, of course. And yeah, that's my story, man. I came as an immigrant. This country has given me everything I have. I have a great family with a couple of amazing kids. One graduated from college. Hats off to Talia. Summa cum laude. 3.96 GPA. BS in biology, and she's going to go to med school. And my son is in high school. He's going to be a junior. He wants to be a soccer superstar. So, I don't know. That's me. But I trade actively. I don't overtrade. I don't revenge trade, which a lot of people do. I take my L's. My members know that. Great life, man. Especially if you can survive as a trader. You can trade from anywhere on the planet, folks. As long as you have a good internet connection and a laptop, you can do whatever. It's all in here. About this new AI thing that's going on, I think it's a bunch of snake oil salesmen selling stuff to you all. I look at numbers. ROI is not making sense, although it seems like it is making more sense now than before. But then this CapEx spend is outrageous. Do I believe, for example, I look at these things and I just chuckle. So look at this thing, folks. Come on now. Can we make some sense out of this? Please make some sense out of this. I'm going to show you guys a chart. You'll probably see it, the symbol. So, what do you guys think this is? Can you guys see that? This little here, this thing? Yeah. Okay, 10-year weekly chart. What do you guys, it's not here. What do you guys think that stock is? That's Micron, folks. You guys do realize Micron was like a, I don't know, like a $5 stock forever. And then Micron actually was $100. Middle of 2025. 100 to 1,000. That's where the money's at. While other people are trading the same damn 10 stocks on X, like SanDisk. Same thing. I mean, if you can't make money in this type of market, then I highly recommend you quit trading. This has been the easy part. Now, my experience is the other side of the hill, which was a little glimpse of it on Friday. The other side of the hill is slippery, folks. Okay, I'm not bearish. I can't be bearish. Market's making all-time highs, or it was making all-time highs. But the other side of the hill is going to be very slippery, very dangerous. And if you did make your money, please start investing long-term. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about that, investing versus trading. I have 2 accounts, one for investing, one for trading. And trading is trading. You have to separate business from pleasure. Trading is pleasure. It's fun. Investing is what you need to do, and long-term investing. And it's not that hard. It really isn't that hard. Dollar cost averaging always works. Market, time spent in the market beats time spent timing the market any day, every day. So separate the two. Your accountant will like you, especially if you're an active trader, because then you're going to give him like yay high of statements. And yeah, I mean, but the other side of this hill is going to be very slippery. So if you don't know how to handle that, and we had a couple of these, right? Last April, we had the tariff, little musical chairs going on. Then we had the oil shock, still going on. When the drawdown comes, the market sells off 20% and your portfolio goes down 60% because you're in all high beta names, because they all go down 50-60%. And you're now hoping for a V bottom again and again and again, that's what the market has done by every dip, right? Like, for example, Friday. On Friday, if you ask me, what do you think is going to happen on Monday? As a Monday could be Black Monday, even though of course not. We just rally. But then, the other side of the hill, if you're not equipped to short things, if you're not equipped mentally, financially, education-wise to short things, or to sell call credit spreads, because people only know how to sell puts. Sell puts. Okay. When a bear market happens, which will happen at some point, I don't know when. Nobody knows, by the way. All these people on CNBC and whatever, they don't know. I don't know. But when it happens, you need to be there to take advantage of it, because things go down 3-4 times as fast as they go up. Okay? Yeah. So, and you have to be equipped. You have to take advantage of it. I probably make more money on the downside than upside. What's my Discord name? The Trading Desk. And the link is up here, buddy. The Discord name is The Trading Desk. And this is the free one. Here's the free link for it. This is the link. Yeah, that's the link. It's also on the show notes. So you can go, if you can't grab it here, go grab it. And then if you have Discord, go get the free membership. And if you want to get the paid one, that's the paid one. Again, that's also on the show notes. The link is. And on checkout, put first 100 to get 50% off for 3 months, which I think is a crazy good deal to have access to me. Well, you can't find it that way. You can't find the Trading Desk that way. Just use the link. Go to the show notes. Okay, go while you're watching me now. On the YouTube side, on the screen, on the bottom, it'll say more. The description of the show. There will be, all those links will be in there, right? So you can copy and paste it in your browser, and then it'll take you there, especially if you already have Discord. If you don't have Discord, you can't just go do a search of the Trading Desk. Just use it, you'll get there. Trust me, that's how it works. I'll ask my folks if we can do a search and come up with Trading Desk. Maybe there's another Trading Desk, I'm not sure. But use the links. Use the links here and use the links in the show notes. You'll get there. You'll get there. It's pretty simple. I like Discord. I had a Telegram chat group. That's like WhatsApp. It's just too much going on. I would post a trade for the members, and then there'll be 50 other comments that get buried and people lose it. Now we have all these different channels on Discord. It's set up properly so nobody gets confused. Everybody's doing what they're supposed to do. So hopefully you'll find it. If you find it, let me know. But it's in the show notes, or the links are posted up here. But the ones in the show notes, it'll directly, if you click on the links, it'll directly will take you to the free one or the paid one. Well, yeah. So, trend is your friend, up or down. Don't question the market. These are things, simple things. Don't ever, 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 ever question the market. Okay, market's always right. You may agree or disagree with it. The market's always right. Market's here to make everyone wrong. Okay. Market doesn't give a rat's ass who you are, how much money you have, how much education you have, what kind of software you're using. Market doesn't care. Market's here to make everyone wrong. And you have to understand that. And especially for the retail trader, when they're out there on their own, they tag along to some influencer and they get stuck in a pump and dump and whatever. I feel for you all, because none of those people have the tools. None of them do. And they think it's easy because since 2020, since the pandemic, when everybody was sitting home flipping options on GameStop, on Robinhood, how did that end? That didn't end well, did it? Right? Okay. So educate yourself, man. That's the only way to succeed. At least have a full toolbox, and then so when we do get in a bear market, maybe it will happen this year, next year, whenever, but it's going to happen. And bear markets don't last, luckily, that long. They last about 18 months. Again, I'm not bearish, okay? But those 18 months are brutal, absolutely brutal, okay? If you've been around, I've been around. In 2000, I was on the desk. I've been around in the flash crash, early days. I've been around the pandemic. I've been around the Japanese yen carry trade crisis. I've been around this last April tariff crisis. Those are brutal. Index goes down 20%, but your port goes down 60, 70% because everything you own is probably high beta names. All you have to do is look at charts. That's why I like looking at charts. It kind of tells you what happened in the past. Charts don't tell you what's going to happen in the future. If anybody says so, they're fools. Yes, there are certain setups. Yes, there are these flags and continuation patterns, and you have to just learn all that stuff. But which I will teach. But to me, is the trend is your friend. Don't ever, ever, ever forget that. And if you're buying things on pullback, make sure they're an existing uptrend. Don't buy new 52-week lows, hoping that one day they'll be okay, like PayPal. Don't buy 52-week lows. There is, on a day like when the market's making all-time highs, look at Nikes, look at PayPal, look at UPS. In fact, full transparency, I am long UPS in my long-term port from 96. Look at UPS. Great company, right? Okay, well, let's take a look. Let's take a look. Look where UPS was. UPS was $230. It went down to 80. While the market, during that time, while the market was making all-time high every single day. So every stock has a cycle, make sure when you're tagging along, they're in their growth phase. They can grow 50, 70, 80x annually, and you'll make a shit ton of money, such as NVIDIA, for example, right? Such as NVIDIA, right there. $3 stock, $2 stock, such as all the Mag 7s when they're coming out on their growth phases. Or then a perfect example of a stock is Cisco, for example, right? Cisco in the dot-com bubble hit 80. To get back to 80, it actually got back to 80 this year. That's only 26 years, right? And in this time, thousands of stocks make new highs, and thousands of companies came around in 26 years. Opportunity cost. You could have been stuck in Cisco for 26 years if you paid $80 for it. And a lot of people did, I'm sure. But what I'm trying to say is now, of course, Cisco is 126. Yeah, but again, every company has its day, and every company's reign, if you want to call it, it ends. And you always have to have a perspective of what the market can do. You can say, well, it's down 80%. It cannot go down again. Well, here's a quick example on that one. Question is, how many times can something go down 50% and not hit zero? I know a lot of people who are in BMNU for some reason. They follow Tom Lee, I guess, which is a 2x ETF of BMNR. As of today, is $1.14. It's up to $1.14. I'm sure it's going to have a reverse split. The high on that thing is 42. Okay, so let's count how many times that went down 50%. It's still not zero. Okay, so 42 to 21 is 50%. That's 1. 21 to 10.5 is 2. 10.5 to 5 1/4 is 3. 5 1/4 or 5 to 2.5 is 4. 2.5 to 125 is 5. That stock has gone down 5 times, down 50% since October of last year, and still hasn't hit zero, right? So you guys all have to understand this stuff, especially on the 2x ETFs, because you have to understand volatility drag. But my point is, stocks can go down 50% infinitely and not hit zero, okay, if you figure out the decimal stuff. And stocks go down, folks, because a lot of people since 2020, most traders, most investors or traders have been around since 2020. All they know is stocks only go up. Well, not necessarily. I can assure you there's at least a few hundred stocks that are making 52-week lows. I don't want to deal with those. Well, you can deal with those if you like shorting things, right? So, yeah, I mean, stocks will go down. Long-term indexes, specifically, always go to the up and to the right, long-term, right? But stocks are not, you don't hold the stock market unless you have only invest in, SPY, VOO, triple Q, stuff like that. Okay, you're fine. It's a basket. But if you owned Intel, for example, right? Here's Intel. Let's look at 10-year Intel. There's your Intel. Actually, let's look at all-time Intel. Here's Intel. Intel during the dot-com bubble hit 75. Intel did not get back to 75 until about a month ago. Well, right? In the meantime, what kind of companies got created? Amazon's got created. Apple's got created. Well, Apple was there, but Meta's and all these other companies, right? So you're missing all this opportunity cost. So you have to understand that everything has its time. And trading is all about that. Trading is all about buying, selling. My philosophy in trading, by the way, sometimes I do buy low and try to sell high, but most of the time it's buy high, sell higher. Momentum is a powerful thing both ways, folks. If you can catch the momentum wave, you should be okay. But, it comes with experience, comes with reading the markets, comes with your gut. Like I'm a gut trader. I have my scanners. I have my lists. I have my watch lists. There's always an opportunity, but I don't do anything just to do it. I do it when I want to do it, when I think it's proper. I don't never, ever force a trade, right? Or I'm bored, I want to do a trade. No, it's okay. Sitting on your hands is probably the best thing if you're itching to do something. But then, we all want to be active. We all want to make money. Ultimately, all of us want to make money, right? That's the goal. Well, you can make money shorting. You can make money going long. You can make money many different ways. And yeah, so that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. So what else are we doing? We're not doing anything, man. We're just added a couple of positions, sold a couple of positions in the morning. I'm trying to sell some puts on SNDQ. Let's see if we get it, to rework back into the covered strangle. on SNDQ, which is the 2x bearish ETF of SNDK, because I think these rallies should be sold, personally speaking. Again, none of this is trading financial investment advice. What I do is very risky. Do it at your own risk. Okay, hopefully you found it. If you go to the show notes, the links are in the show notes for the free Discord and the paid Discord. Yeah. Yep. Usually, my trading days are like this. I don't sit and watch. I mean, because I've adjusted my trading to what fits me, right? You have to know what fits you. Some people like day trading. Some people like the action. It's not for me. My results prove it. So if it ain't broke, don't fix it. So I post everything everywhere. Full transparency. I have losses. I have wins, but I make sure my wins are not the win rate per trade, but I make sure my win dollar amounts are twice as large as my losses. And that's when I think the most important thing for a trader is to take a loss. Most people can't make themselves to take a loss. You got to take a loss. You got to admit you're wrong and live for another day. A lot of people hold on and hold on and hold on. I hope it'll come back. Hope and pray is not a market strategy, by the way. But a lot of people seem like they think it is. You can't hope and pray a stock to go up. You have no control over any of that stuff. You have to admit you're wrong. You have to take the L, live for another day. Markets open every day. Blowing accounts is not a fun thing, and people do it. And hopefully they learn. We've all blown accounts. I've blown accounts. So, but then you learn, and then you must understand that the forces against you are so huge. I mean, literally what you're doing here is don't look just the last 6 years. That's not normal. That's not how the markets behave. Indexes don't go up 30% a year, folks. But then all of you have the memory of that. Now, why is that happening? There are reasons, macro reasons for that, obviously, right? Look at the money supply. Money supply infinitely going higher. Well, when money supply goes higher, that's the macro side of me, fundamentalist side. When the money supply is going up like that, go look at a chart on Google on M2, global M2, US M2 growth. They keep pumping money into the system. The money is going to chase return. Where does it go? It goes into stocks. It goes into gold. It goes into it did go into Bitcoin. But what I'm trying to say is, when there's that much money sloshing around, markets cannot go down. But at some point, the debt around the world is massive. I mean, there's huge problems around the world. Don't get me wrong. But as long as the money supply keeps growing, and it has nothing to do with interest rates. It's just Fed keeps pumping, printing and spending. And that's what we do. I talk about in circles, private circles, friend circles all the time about the national debt, about to hit 40 trillion. It's never going to go down. Doesn't matter who's in charge. Borrow and spend. That's what we do. We're good at it. We do it at the government level. We do it at the personal level, right? And then they get into trouble. In the personal level, the problem you have is if you get laid off and you have all these credit cards that you're maxed out and you're doing minimum payments on it, you're screwed. But then again, that comes with financial literacy. People don't understand any of this stuff. They're not taught that stuff in high school. They're not taught that in elementary school, not taught that in college unless your degree's in finance. You don't understand that stuff. They should understand that stuff. I'm not against debt, by the way. I'm not a Dave Ramsey type. I like debt, but managed debt is like the oil of the engine. When you put too much oil in an engine, it's going to blow up. You put not enough oil in it, it's going to blow up. So Dave Ramsey goes against all debt. I'm like, no, bro. Debt is a good thing if you manage it properly. But unfortunately, he's correct that most people abuse debt, abuse credit cards. And then the banks are there to feed you the plastic crack the day you graduate from college. Well, I don't mind it. I don't mind credit cards, but do you pay your balances? Or do you want to pay 35% APR on your carried balances? Doesn't make sense. Financially, it doesn't make sense. But debt is a good thing. I'm not against debt at all. Interested in SOXs. Is that the inverse? Is that the inverse ETF? I don't know. I haven't looked at it, honestly. I'd rather short SOXL and short puts. Let's take a look. Interested in SOXs. Not really. No, not really. 3X ETF. Did that even go up on Friday? These ETFs, you got to be careful with these, folks. People don't understand volatility drag. Well, perfect example of ETF is, to teach people ETF is Tesla and TSLL, right? There's about in a year, single year, 40% volatility drag on TSLL because they don't own Tesla, folks. None of these ETFs, 2X, 3X ETFs, own the underlying. They are there to be traded on a day or two or three. Or if you do a little like me, do some covered strangles and then take premium in because the volatility drag is going to kill you. So, for example, on SOXS, did that go up on Friday? I hope so. Did it? I mean, if you're going to catch it for a day or two, maybe, yeah. But I'd rather short SOXL itself. Yeah, okay. So it went from 480 to, let's say, 5. Okay. 5 to 675, high to low. I know, Mike, you always catch the low, sell the high, but I can't do that. And we're back to 5.5. No, I'm not interested in that. Unless you think SOXL is going down to 80, then yeah, this will double. But other than that, no. I'd rather short SOXL. I'd rather sell puts against it. That's what I'll do. I'll just wait until 230-ish, maybe, hopefully somewhere in that range. Right about here, I'll short SOXL at the VWAP and the 228 to 230 range. Gotta wait. Gotta be patient. No rush. No rush whatsoever. So I'm not interested in SOXs now. Yeah, like I said, we're not getting the Black Monday, Taco Tuesday. So, well, not for now anyway. But I put a question mark in the title of the live stream today. So if you have any questions about trading, about anything, ask me. Okay, your opinion is as good as anybody else's. Don't take his word, folks. It's his opinion. So now it's time to buy SOXs. Okay, good luck. Good luck. Good luck. So I'll post my positions today, by the way, on the community page of the YouTube channel. Monday, Wednesday, Friday, I do that. But I'll post it on Discord server. And my Robinhood, what is my Robinhood account doing these days? But it's already posted on the community page. I mean, on the community page as well as Discord. Let's see. Not sure. Yeah. So we just build positions and then we take them off. We build positions, we take them off. We're trading, man. And yeah. Yep. We added one. We're trying to add a couple more. Actually, we added 3 positions today. We sold a couple. So when I do post on the community page, by the way, everything highlighted is open positions, and everything not highlighted has been closed. So you guys know. The community page, by the way, on the YouTube channel is you go to the YouTube channel, you scroll, there's a middle line where it says videos, short, live, this and that. You just scroll all the way to the right, and it will say community. That's where you'll see the screenshots of my open positions. And yeah, pretty boring actually after the open. There's no action. Same thing on SPY. Not much is going on. Yeah, SPY is also a sale, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, this rally, today's rally, I'm not a buyer of this rally whatsoever. At all. But then, everybody used to be bottoms, man. I don't know. Do I sell some calls on a couple of long positions for a week or so? What do we do? Actually, I was trying to sell some calls on Velo 17. No, I'd rather sell the stock at 20 bucks than sell calls. I could sell some 20 calls. Well, my order is in there, but I guess sell some 17 and a half, taking some bunch of money. That's my cost on that thing. On Velo, long 1,000 shares at 16.55. We're at 17.08. Okay. Yeah, we'll just, let's see. 20s are a buck for 2 weeks. That's pretty decent. They're not a buck, I'm at a buck. I don't like cover calls, by the way, so you guys know. Unless it's like a week out, max 2 weeks out. Don't like selling cover calls for like a month or 2 or 3, and then you'll be in like a Palantir situation. Stock is going to go up 20x, and then you just sold your stock at like whatever. I don't believe in cover calls. There is a place for it, but maybe a little really short term, just to get some extra cash flow going. But a lot of people sell cover calls because they have losses on the stock mostly. They get assigned and then it keeps going down, and then they're trying to lower cost basis. That doesn't make sense to me. Take the goddamn L. Be a man. Take the L. You're wrong. Once you're wrong, you're wrong. Why did I buy Velo? I bought Velo because they're one of the largest manufacturers for SpaceX. Again, none of this is trading financial investment advice. Oh, let's see. I probably should sell a mixture of the 17 and a half and 20s. I mean, yeah, June's. Hmm. 17 and a half, buck and a half, 19, paid 16 and a half. It's all right. We'll just wait. I'll just sell the core 20s. Yeah, we should do that. Half 20s, half 17 and a halves. Or don't do anything. Just wait for it to pop to 21, 22 and get rid of it. Well, I'll do that. Okay, we do that. And then we'll sell 5 of the 17 and a half at 175. That's fair. Earnings are out already, so yeah, that's what we'll do. Looks good. Okay. Yeah, we're set. We are set. All right. Let's see what the Discord guys are doing. Wow, you got 2 credit for it. Holy crap. Okay. You got $2, huh? Did you really? You got better than me? They always get better pricing than me for some reason. Was there... I'm always early, by the way, on a trade, 24 hours probably. It's been like that my whole career. So, so if you do see the open positions on the community page and you do like 24 to 48 hours later, you're going to get better pricing, I'm pretty sure. But ultimately, it's about being right at the end, not being right for 24 hours. How'd you get $2? There's no way you get $2 out of that. My God. Bro, oh, you could get $2. Holy shit. 196. I'll wait. I'll put more out at 225. No rush. Never in a rush. I mean, I think that's the best trade. I don't know about a directional here. I don't like that pullback at all, although it's low volume. Was that short covering? It looks like it, huh? Yeah. I don't know. That's just a small little trade, trying to grab some cash. Hood looks interesting, man. It looks like a bull flag to me. Seriously, it does. I mean, I think it's not because so there was a massive correlation between Hood and Bitcoin. Bitcoin making new lows. Hood's not making new lows. So that correlation ended. I think Hood is going to print money with this no PDT rule, which they helped pass, actually. Don't you guys think so? Don't you guys think they're going to print money? Still think stock is expensive, fundamentally anyway. But I think they're just going to print money. Or a lot of folks are going to blow accounts and they're going to have horrible earnings. I don't know. Technically, it looks really interesting. Big volume on the way up, no volume on the way down. It looks interesting to me. I'm long HOW in my Robinhood account. I've been long for like weeks now, collecting 40, 30, 20-cent dividends weekly. That's an interesting product. It's not a 2x ETF. It's a structured product. It's very interesting. And it moves up and down with Hood, obviously. Common. And on the way up, though, it goes up 1.2 times what Hood goes up. So there's a little bit of a kicker in there. But Hood chart looks very interesting. It definitely looks, on the daily chart, it definitely looks like a bull flag here. This looks like, held the pullback. I mean, it's classic breakout pullback. Went above 200 EMA, sold off. It's classic. But, yeah. Let's look at my crazy flyer list. Well, service now. Yeah, that came in held. Okay. Redwire. That held the 20 EMA. I was short that stock. I actually got a sign. You guys can see the remnants of it. I was short from 25.64, 65. Covered everything on Friday because I was short puts against the short stock. So that's how you do it. Lunar. That's on the 50 EMA. I mean, if you guys want to take a crack or something, 2x ETF of this LUNL. 47 down to 30. Where's SKM, by the way? They own almost 1% of Anthropic, by the way. You guys know that, right? SK Telecom. So you can play that through SK. CBRS. Well, there's nothing to say other than it's only up 40 points now. Holy shit. Well, good thing we put on that cover strangle, didn't we, for 44%, hopefully. Rigetti, we don't want to look at. IONQ. Are they going back up again? Yeah, actually. Quantum names are not doing much. Actually, that's a decent pullback. If you guys are interested in that. AAOI, I've shorted that, long that. That's a crazy ass stock, man. I will short that again though. Hood, SoFi. Again, people go SoFi. Okay, 16.5 of 50 cents. Still consolidating. I mean, it looks bearish. Lower lows, lower highs. Let me take a look at my watch list. Let's see if we got anything good there. Let's see. Should always have watch list, folks. Let's look at some beautiful charts. Okay, Agilent. To buy on a pullback at 200 EMA. Just gotta wait. Alcoa. Definite buy on 20 EMA. AAP, Advanced Auto Parts. So these uptrends, is just all I look at is uptrends. If you're interested on the long side. There you go. The golden book. See what I mean? You guys see any downtrends in there? No. I own AD&T. I like the company. I have cover calls 22.5s. We'll see. Probably will get called away, which I'm not a huge fan of cover calls. Exactly for that reason, we'll probably run to 28 after that. Yeah. Deal with uptrends, folks. It's a lot easier if you're a put seller too. You're not under duress or stress. Sienna is probably a decent short now. Yeah. Oh my God. 637 down to 464. It'll probably be a bounce play at some point. And when that bearish divergence on MACD takes place like that, man, they're going to hammer that thing. Earnings were good too. Holy shit. Yeah. Sell on the news. Although, it's in the middle of absolute nowhere here. Will it get down to 330 to 200 EMA for a buy of the century? Maybe. Oh, sorry. Sorry. There you go. You guys can see that now. Sienna. I don't know. That's coming into buy range here. Advanced Energy Systems. Okay. I don't know why I have a good feeling about metals here. I don't think gold is done going down. Albemarle right on 200 EMA now. Now we have something here. So we patiently waited for this one. See rotation, right, folks? I talk about rotation, right? Okay, Albemarle, here's the stock. Not ALM, ALB. Okay, so here's the stock. Uptrend from literally 60 to 221, right? You could have made all the money on the planet. And that's the rotation. And now it's getting distributed. You can tell MACD under zero, under all the moving averages. Last stronghold here, right at 200 EMA. What kind of trade is that? Is it a high-risk trade, low-risk trade? Well, it's less than what it was at 221. Stock is 151, down 70 points, right? So now you got to think, okay, I like it here. What should I do? Some people go buy the stock, right? Okay, what should I do? For me, I wouldn't sell puts, obviously, because it's right on 200 EMA, although stocks still have a tendency of bouncing from 200 EMA. What I probably do in this case, definitely not buy the shares. I probably sell a put credit spread, right? Limited risk downside. If it breaks, okay, you know what you're going to lose up front, right? If you know what a put credit spread is, I'll probably do something like that. In fact, I'll take a look at it. So once a day, twice a day, I go through my list, watch list, what's coming into buy range, what's making a new high. Stock is 150, so let's say if we put a 5 wide, 150, 145. 2 bucks. Yeah, it's not there. I prefer 2.5, but it's short term. So if you go out further, these have weeklies. Yep, they do. 150, 145. There you go. 232, 250 range. Okay, 50% of the wing. Okay, you sell a put credit spread here for a couple, 3 weeks. You know your max loss is going to be, which is 5. You're taking in already 225 to 250 range. So that's about it. That's the type of trade I would look to do here. Now, if you did not know what a put credit spread is, you only know how to sell puts, and you only do this and that, and it's a different story. I would definitely not buy the shares, but it's not probably, that's my thought process anyway. I'm trying to explain what my thought process is. I'm trying to explain to you guys like what I look at, why I do what I do, where I do it. Hopefully you guys will understand. Technically, definitely downtrend, short term anyway, long term, still okay. So then you start thinking what else is in the same group, right? LAR is in the same group. You have to have those in your brain power. LAR is in the same group. LAC is in the same group. CCJ is in the same group. And they had their time. Now they're all like, yeah, they're getting flushed now. So, is that the best trade you can put on? Not necessarily. That's consolidating. Let's go make a 52-week high. I'm pretty sure. I mean, I have 203 names on my current watch list. And none of them include SoFi, Palantir, or anything else. That's a beautiful chart. Let's go make a 52-week high for sure. Yeah. What is this beep that I'm hearing? Is it my Discord? Oh, yeah, it is my Discord. What else am I saying? Let's see. I can see your screen, but now you can see it. Come on. The show is on. I've been on since 6:15, Doug. 6:15 a.m. And it's not going by fast enough. Yeah. Okay. Let's get back to the list. Let's go to the B's. I don't know. Here's a beauty. Or Warner. There's your rotation right there. Right? Wouldn't you rather be in that than anything else? I would. Yeah. Century Aluminum. Nice. Coherent. That's a ripper, man. That stock has been a killer. Yeah. And then people are in IRENs and NBISs and things like that. NBIS has been nothing but a ridiculous winner. Pull back now. Yeah. Higher highs, higher lows. Trend is your friend, folks. So that's kind of basing. I like that one. High 29, down to 19, kind of basing. Could it roll over and die? Yeah, I could. But low risk trade. Yeah, that's what I spend my day, just hunting for stuff. Have the You know, limit alerts on if something, because they can't go through 200 stocks every other minute. So set some alerts. Simple stuff, man. Simple. Stock has been just monster. Form factor. Yeah, I like that quite a bit. Actually, it's down like 30 bucks from the high. I like that quite a bit. MACD on the 0 line. Yeah, I like that quite a bit, actually. I'm going to take a note of that. Form factor. Corning has been a nice winner. Yeah, let's deal with these things, folks. Harmonic, is that up today? No, it's pulling back into buy zone right about here. That's interesting. That's interesting. No, not ASTI. Let me look at my junk list. NUAI. Okay. That's interesting. ASPI. Okay. I like that one quite a bit. What was it, earnings? PD, pager duty. Wow. 3 estimate, 32 actual. I wonder. That's why it gapped up after all this base. This is kind of setup I'm looking at. That's definitely going to go in my front part of the brain. That's the kind of setup I'm looking at. Good earnings, explosion of volume, gap up, now pulling back on low volume or no volume, MACD above 0. This is the type of setup I'm looking at right there. If I'm trading anything directionally on the long side. And big gap, I know. Yeah, people goes, oh, what if it closes the gap? I'm like, yeah, that's a risk you're taking. I wouldn't buy it yet, but this is definitely something. It's an $8 number, folks. This is definitely something I will trade. And if the momentum runs out, you put your tight stop, you take your L, get out. But these types of things is what I'm looking at. It doesn't have to be an $8 stock. It could be an $80 stock or an $800 stock. Setup is setup. Doesn't make any difference. Setup is setup. Walmart, I traded actually last week directionally. That's a counter trending. I don't know about that one. Yeah, I have enough positions to make another few percent. You know? It's another monster winner of Vishay technology. Anything to do with chips or chip manufacturing. Holy crap. What a run. What a run. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. We'll see. Time for another break, no? Yeah. Yep. Holy crap, CBRG, $8. Come on now, man. Now I gotta wait 2 weeks for you guys to take it away. Okay, for my 44%. CBRS, man, I was dead right on CBRS, obviously. 242 up 20%. Holy shit. Beautiful. Take it away, folks. Take it away. Give me my 44%. So let's do the math on that, right? So I got about 10,000 shares of it. But no, my rule of thumb is 5 to 7%. And I think I put less than 5% on that. But then what I did is I sold the strangle. I sold the put. I sold the call. Math is simple, folks. So that's the position right there, CBRG. Cost base is 611. We're almost 8. Sold the puts at 89 cents. They're down to like 20, 30 cents, which obviously at this point, every day they're going to, dwindle down to nothing. Sold the 7 calls. So this was a cover strangle. Sold the 6-7 for $1.55. So, okay, I get called away at 7. Plus $1.55 is $8.55. $8.55 minus 611 is $2.44. On 1,500 shares, $2.44 divided by 611, which is my cost, 40% for 2 weeks, literally. Okay, if it gets called away, I don't know what's going to happen, but at the moment it could get called away. Could it be early? No, the options still have premium. Okay, so 40%, and I put up 10,000. Literally 1,500 shares times 611 is 10,000. And you're going to end up making 40%. You're going to end up making $4,000 in a couple of weeks. So, I mean, you have 10, 12, 11, sometimes I have 20 positions, but they're all structured differently. Sometimes I have a call debit spread. Sometimes I have put credit spreads. Sometimes I call credit spreads if I think stock's going down. They're all structured differently. And out of all that hodgepodge, you're trying to achieve a return. And it's possible, but you have to do the right trade for the right setup, right situation. You can't always buy calls. You can't always buy puts. You can't always sell puts. You can always sell calls. You can't. You just got to do different things. That's the message here. That's the message here, folks. Good morning, Manny. Yes, Doug. Since 15 minutes before the open, which I thought we would have a Black Monday and I have my buy list ready. None of that happened, although it worked out, as you know. Good morning, Manny P. Of course you do, Mike. You have every stock in the alphabet. By the way, he used to be one of my Telegram chat group members and YouTube members, and now he's like cheapening out and not joining my Discord. And of course you do. Mike has literally, he has every stock in the alphabet, a position, multiple positions in every letter of the alphabet. I don't know how he does it. I can't do it. I can't do it. I don't want to do it. He takes small positions, but he takes too many, way too many. But then, to each their own. So I'm going to go take another break, and then I'll be back. Sure it is. You're always profitable. I haven't seen you one trade that you lost money on yet. For 3 months, you haven't posted a loss yet. I should follow you. I should give you my money to trade. Seriously. I mean, I'm not trying to be like an asshole, Mike. I don't know. I mean, I don't know how you do it. I don't know. I can't do it. You have joined what? You just gave up pressure. Yeah, you have joined the free Discord, Mike. Free Discord, you ain't gonna get much. Well, you are gonna get the free newsletter, so it's gonna come out at noon today. You post everything. Okay, cool. Well, you did post on Telegram quite a bit. Yeah, but yeah, Mike is fun. Mike is fun. Mike does his thing. I don't know. Good luck, though. Okay, I'm gonna take another coffee break. I'll be back. Maybe we'll finish like at 10:30 today. Live streaming for 5 hours is stupid. Probably do like a couple hours a day going forward. Please put the questions up there. And if you're interested, free Discord right there. It's in the show notes. Please go check it out. Free is free. Free comments. I'll put one free trade a week there. And you get a free newsletter. What else do you guys want? I think it's good for free. And this is the paid version. And if you go put first 100, capital FIRST, and 100, you get 50% off for 3 months. It's a bargain. For what's out there with some of these ex-gurus and shit out there, that's a bargain. You know, I think we priced it too low. But or the ES chart. Please put the news for us. What do you mean? What news? CNN? Oh, you guys want to watch CNBC? I could do that. Actually, I probably should do that. You guys should watch CNBC. Let's see. Yeah, you guys do that. Okay, let's watch some CNBC. You guys get bored. CNBC. What are the fools on CNBC saying? I don't know what they're saying. It's in a commercial break, folks. I'll be back when they get back. You guys watch my beautiful sunset. Watch the news. What news? Chess tournament. Any news. I am the news. What are you talking about? Do I play chess? Yeah, I dabble, but I'm not a... I couldn't call myself... I know how the pieces move, but I'm not a... I'm a novice, let's say. Yeah, I don't know. I can play chess trading, unlike most people who play checkers. I can do that. I mean, if we played, you'd probably checkmate me in about 6 moves or 10 moves, maybe. You know, I don't know how good you are. So, knowing you, you're probably like a master, or what do you call it? GM? Is it GM? Grandmaster? Are you a grandmaster? I would. You checkmate me in like max 10 moves, or maybe max 15 moves. Maybe I can resist, slow you down a little bit to kill my king. I don't know. It's fun, but what I'm looking forward to, folks, is Thursday, noon, Mexico versus South Africa. From Mexico, 100,000 people. World Cup is on for a whole month. I'll be streaming, watching I have a big screen here, watching my soccer games. I bet on all the underdogs on Robinhood. Not all, but about 6 of them. If you guys are interested, we can talk about it. And actually, yeah, we could talk about that too. Oh, CNBC is back.
This is my first product launch since being named CEO. I'm sure you didn't know that. It is a pleasure to host you today.
That sounds like Apple. Yeah, it does sound like. He quit, right? Or he not quit. He retired or something, right? Yeah. Today is the day. What a great CEO he's been. Taking over from Steve Jobs. Amazing. Congrats. Multi-billionaire that he is. That's how you do it, man. Trust in American companies. We are the best on the planet. Best on the planet. Best. I'm going to go have a cup of coffee. I'll have a cup of coffee. There you go, Mike. There's your news. There's CNBC for you. Yeah, good idea, bro. Yes. Good idea. Well, I have a large screen right here, so I don't have to look further. I'll just be looking that way, watch the game, and then trade at the same time. I think my setup is perfect.
All right, Tim Cook through the years.
Tim Cook.
Presiding today here at Apple Park over his final WWDC as CEO. AK, I'm wondering if you can speak to that, whether that raises the stakes in some respects for what needs to happen today, especially given the things that we've talked about over the last couple of years.
Yeah, it's going to be weird to be at WWDC or watch WWDC.
I'll be back. You guys listen to CNBC.
Giving through the years. I mean, ultimately, when you look back at his tenure as CEO, remarkable stuff. He started out with the company at a $350 billion market cap, is now at $4.6 trillion. So I think he's handing the company over to John Turnus at the perfect time. He's been a great CEO that's really leaned into his strengths in operations to make his products faster, make the battery last longer, the cameras more powerful, and keep ahead of the competition, especially when it comes to the phone and the computer. But now we are going to a moment where computing may be shifting, where there's a new paradigm, which is artificial intelligence, and Apple recognizes it. We're going to hear a lot about it today. The results under Cook over the past couple of years on AI haven't been great. But it does seem like he's getting the company in position to factor in the AI conversation. And if you're going to leave, you probably want to leave at the point where you're at the beginning of the curve rather than somewhere in the middle with the answer unsettled. So ultimately, it'll be an important handoff to Turnus. But I don't think the stakes are tremendously high given, again, where the company is today.
Forgive me for stepping on your toes there for a minute, but I think, Dan Ives, it's fair to call this one of the most successful stewardships of an American company in the history of business in this country. What Tim Cook has done here.
I mean, I look at he's a Hall of Famer, Mount Rushmore. I mean, when you talk about CEO, it's not just American, companies, it's not global. And what Cook's done in China, in terms of the political angle, the supply chain taking over, of course, the job, the legend. I mean, look, the reality is we are talking a historic period that he has, but he's handing the baton off at a great time. And I think when you look at that, we're not here if it's not for Cook relative to the success of what he's built.
He wants to leave, though, as I sort of alluded to with AK, at least in the CEO role, with something tangible to look back on. And say, this is going to be part of my legacy as well. Whatever this company's AI strategy is going to be and how successful it proves to be in the future, he wants to put his mark on that. That's why this is so important today as well, given it's his last. He doesn't want their AI ambitions hanging out there any longer. He wants to help shape it.
He's a tactician. And the reason that they're handing the baton to Turnus now, there's a reason. We'll see it here in a few minutes. And when you look at the 1.5 billion iPhones, that's not there. It's not the Cook. Look what he's done in terms of just the build out of the ecosystem, of services, of the supply chain, and China. And I also think Cook will be spending a lot of time in China, just given that political tightrope to keep up. They are not successful in China if it's not for the Hall of Famer Cook.
Well, this stock price made a lot of people rich. 2,200% that stock is up under Tim Cook's tenure here at Apple. We're moments away from his final WWDC. We're back after this. We're just moments away from WWDC 26 kicking off here at Apple Park in Cupertino, California. The stock up another 2% today, just shy of another all-time high. We are back right after this. We have a big and important interview to tell you about tomorrow. The Live Golf CEO, Scott O'Neill, will be live 12:30 or so on the halftime report tomorrow. It's an exclusive interview. The future of his tour is very much in question, so very much in doubt. He thinks he has a plan to save it. We will talk to him tomorrow. Scott O'Neill of Live Golf, the CEO, will join us tomorrow on halftime report. Tim Cook's on the stage, I can tell you that, because we can hear him. He did his signature, good morning, everyone. We'll follow it, of course, and then we'll have all the highlights coming up on Closing Bell a little bit later this afternoon. Final thoughts, Dan Ives.
A watershed moment for Apple and Cook, and I do not expect disappointment and excitement.
Mac.
Instilling confidence in developers. This is battle royale to get them to build on Siri and not on Microsoft or OpenAI. We need to convince them that this agentic plan is going to work.
AK, Tim Cook was said, he's on the stage. Big applause. Not sure if it was a standing ovation or not because we couldn't see, but it sure sounded like it might have been. And he has the chance to deliver today in his last WWDC.
Yeah, we'll listen to the promises, but ultimately Apple has to execute. That's the bottom line.
Let's do final trades if we could. Joe, you have one?
Hold Dominion.
All right, thank you. Farmer Jim.
ExxonMobil, it's going to be a long time before oil prices normalize.
And of course, NVIDIA's yours, Brent.
It is bouncing off the 50-day, should go higher.
Okay, so we'll follow everything that happens today here at Apple Park. The stock Apple is up 2%. We'll see you in a little bit.
Thank you very much, Scott. Our coverage of the Apple event continues as it kicks off this hour. Welcome to the exchange. I'm Kelly Evans. Let's take a quick look at stocks, especially tech stocks, which are rebounding today as the tech trade bounces back. As we wait for outgoing CEO Tim Cook to take the stage one last time. Will it come with a much-needed wow factor on the AI front? Well, Apple shares haven't needed it. They've gained ground, going from worst to neck and neck for first with Google in the Mag 7 in terms of performance and size. Apple has even surpassed Google in market cap, adding $1.5 trillion since last year's, even if you called it disappointing, WWDC. But still, it's not winning the AI narrative. And with that, let's go live to Cupertino with Mackenzie Sigalos for more on what's at stake today. Mackenzie, we'll circle back in a moment. Let's start with the panel. And we just heard from Max, so that's fine. For our first panel, joining me now is Doug Clinton. He's the managing partner at Deepwater Asset Management. Mark Newman, senior analyst at Bernstein, and John Belton, growth equities portfolio manager at Gabelli Funds. John, kick things off for us. What are your expectations?
Well, thanks, Kelly. I think this is a pretty important WWDC. The last year was, I'd say, more of a transition year. This year, Tim Cook's last WWDC. I think they are going to lay out the new revamped Siri platform. We'll figure out if that really is a platform or just a feature. And I think they're going to lay out a vision for how they fit into the agentic AI era. That's kind of what I'm looking for from a high level.
But as a shareholder, I'm going to say, do you care? Of course you care. But look at the performance as they've kind of sat on the sidelines, watching everybody pouring money. Look at last week alone, $85 billion from Google, whatever Meta's going to end up doing to tap the markets in order to fund its build out. Apple's just sitting back.
It's working for them so far. I think, the market likes that Apple's kind of capital light approach, take advantage of all that they've built, the distribution that they have across billions of users. They should be able to distribute AI technology to their users. I think that's the approach they've taken. They have been doing some things behind the scenes as well, but I think, the first era of AI, the generative AI era, I think kind of passed Apple by. I think the hope is that they really catch up during the agentic AI era.
Mark, you agree with that? How do you get to 350?
Yeah, I do. I think this capital light approach actually is the right approach. What they're doing is they're partnering with Google to get access to the latest and greatest model. We're going to find out more about that today. But they're only spending $14 billion a year of CapEx versus these hyperscalers spending $200 billion of CapEx, and every year it's going up. And I think Apple's positioning is very strong, being the leader in smartphones. I think no company is better positioned in the world than Apple for consumer AI if they get it right. And we're going to hear more today about that, about Gemini, powered Siri, and the extensions framework. But I think if they get this right, they're going to have the right to win here in AI for consumers.
Did you say it's $14 billion or $40 a year market capex?
That's about $14 billion a year thereabouts per year for capex.
14, 1-4.
Yes.
That's what I wanted to make sure I heard you correctly. Do you think that number would eventually rise or no?
It has been rising a little bit. They are building more servers. They're adding more servers for their own data center, which we believe is actually part of the Apple Intelligence rollout, but also at iCloud, but Apple Intelligence rollout, we think that's part of it. But no, they're not doing any deep training like some of their competitors are. It has been going up. It can go a bit higher, but we're not talking about $100 billion.
Right, which is, again, kind of underpins the stock performance. Doug, what are your thoughts on that? And also on, this is a moment where we might get some hints about the leadership transition and the strategic direction.
I think it's an exciting new era for Tim Cook to hand off to John Turnus and bring in some new blood, to your point, Kelly. I think what's interesting about the setup right now, coming into WWDC, Apple, the stock has performed really well. A lot of times we talk about stocks, the bar is low or the bar is high. I actually think for WWDC and Apple right here, the bar is sort of like medium height. I don't think anybody expects Apple to blow us away with Siri because they just haven't done it in the past, despite having multiple chances. But I do think there is optimism that we finally do get a Siri that is competitive. At least it gets into our usage set with the OpenAIs of the world, with the Claudes, with the Geminis. And finally, that might drive incremental device sales and incremental services revenue. So I think that explains a lot of the stock move. But it doesn't mean they really have to nail Siri. I think it can keep working as long as Siri is just good enough.
Right. John, jump in here.
Well, I mean, maybe I'll give you some alliteration. I think this is going to be all about silicon, software, and services. On the silicon front, we're going to learn where is Siri being powered? Where is the compute running? Is it running on the device? Is it running in Apple's cloud? Is it running in a third-party cloud like Google? Software, it's all about Siri. Is Siri a feature like it's been to date? Frankly, I've never really done much with Siri in my own life that I've been that impressed with. But does that change? Does Siri become sort of an agentic platform? And does that sort of transform, the offering? And then finally, services, just talked about there. Does AI represent a big new vector for services growth for third-party developers to build on top of?
And do you need answers to all those questions now? I mean, do all those kind of point in the direction it's going?
Yeah.
This is the thing. It's not. If Apple shares were down 20, 30, 40% into this event, yeah, I could see that. But it's sort of like the shares that we're fine. Keep your time.
Higher. Yeah.
They're grinding higher. I mean, there doesn't seem to be a real ask here.
I don't think those are questions that we're going to learn full answers to today. I think those are the questions for the company to address over the coming months. Today is going to be largely a software event. There's going to be more announcements on new hardware in the fall. So there's still a lot to look forward to for this company, but I think those are kind of the three foundations on which the platform is being built.
Yeah, Mark, I'm curious if you could kind of broaden this out a little bit. You've talked about Apple, your 350 target there, and how they're not going to be the CapEx spenders. How do they stack up for you against the rest of the Mag 7 or whatever we call them now? Who is their competition at this point?
Well, if you look at looking versus the Mag 7 of the stocks, I think a lot of investors will say Apple's a bit out of favor because on a PE basis, it looks arguably expensive when you're looking at the growth rate. However, if you look on an EV free cash flow basis versus the free cash flow growth, Apple looks very cheap because most of the Mag 7 don't have any free cash flow because they're spending it all on the CapEx. So from that perspective, Apple's favored. I just find it remarkable how some of the early comments about expectations are fairly low for Siri. I think that's true. I think the risk reward here is skewed to the upside because expectations are relatively low here. Stock, though, has actually done pretty well despite most active managers being underweight, despite it being a pretty much unloved stock and being a funding source for some of the high growth AI names. If things turn around and it starts to get more exciting again, I think this could move much faster on the upside.
Yeah, Doug, you mentioned this transition at kind of an exciting time for John Turnus to be stepping in. Mackenzie Sigalos does have more on that for us. She's out at Cupertino, Mackenzie, with a little bit of the end of one era and the beginning of another today.
It certainly is. Really the big question today is whether Apple can finally deliver on the AI vision that has been promising for 2 years now. The centerpiece is expected to be a rebuilt Siri. Apple was first with the voice assistant nearly 16 years ago, but it's badly lagged in the generative AI era. Now, with the help of Google Gemini, the company is trying to turn Siri into more of an agentic layer across its products, something that can understand personal context, see what's on your screen, take multiple steps, and route to outside models. Now, that is the bull case, that Apple doesn't need to win the model race if it owns the device where consumers actually use AI. There are 2.5 billion active Apple devices out there, so if the company can make Siri useful, it becomes the toll collector on the consumer AI highway. And that opens up a much bigger services story, potentially looking at AI subscriptions, app store fees, default model economics, and even e-commerce transactions that Siri helps initiate. That's where Apple could turn AI from a feature into another layer of monetization across its ecosystem. So today, investors want proof that Apple Intelligence can drive a tighter iPhone upgrade cycle. Developers want proof that Siri is a platform worth building for. And Tim Cook gets one more chance to show his slower, less CapEx-heavy AI strategy was a smart bet all along. Kelly.
Exactly. Mac, thank you very much, Mackenzie Sigalos. Doug, I just want to turn back to you, Doug Clinton, for some kind of thoughts and reaction and spin it forward for us for the John Turnus era that's about to begin here.
I mean, I think Mackenzie hit the nail on the head when she mentioned sort of personal context. If you think about what happens if Apple really gets Siri right, other than Google, no company in the world understands its users and has more user data than Apple. And so if you think about the magical experiences they could potentially create with that, they know your text history, your email, your app usage, everything. I think if they could do that in a secure way, like they've done with other products in the past, it could be another lever of growth for them, not just on iPhone, but ultimately if we think about on-device inference on Macs, on iPads potentially, I think that's kind of the big picture they're playing for, and they do have a right to win because they have the right data.
Yeah, and John, just give you a final word to circle back to what you said, which is they might not have been the leader. Some thought they were completely on the sidelines for the generative AI era, but you were saying now in the agentic AI, it's kind of what Doug was talking about, that this is a much bigger opportunity for them.
I mean, I think if we rewind back to some of the original iPhone moments, you could have never seen how big apps would be. You could have never seen that one day you'd be ordering food or, buying tickets or checking or surfing the internet. It's possible that we're right now at the start of what agents can be, and agents are sort of what apps has been. And from that standpoint, it's going to be hard to see the full future today. This is just step one, but I do think that's sort of what they're building towards.
Yeah. Well, we'll hear what the shares are actually up going into this. They often sell off during these events, so stay tuned. But they are up about 2% right now, and again, coming off a great run. Gentlemen, if you'll stick around, we'll check back in, see how things are going later this hour. Really appreciate it. John Belton, Mark Newman, and Doug Clinton.
Okie dokie.
Certainly not the only big event of the week either. We're just days away from.
I'm gonna shut that thing down. That's all I can stand. CNBC.
Market-moving event. Leslie Picker has more as the narratives. I mean, there's positive narratives here. It says the excitement keeps building.
Blah 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 blah.
In certain pockets as well. Leslie, I'm just curious. Everything that you can hear and can tell us.
Yeah, it's amazing, Kelly, because it appears to already.
It's amazing, Kelly. It's amazing. I do like Kelly though.
Targeting about 30% of its $75 billion offering for retail. That cohort may be behind some of the recent volatility that we've seen as it sells recent winners to free up cash.
Bye-bye. Have a nice day. Have a nice day. Soxel sold off 9 points from the high already, huh? Okay. Still sold them early, but it's okay. What else is going on? Not much. About to buy a little bit more of this puppy. Okay. All right. What else is going on? Are we done going up today? Going into this, actually, I had some June 18, 755, 745 SPY PDS. So when I do acronyms, get used to it. PDS is put debit spread. CCS is call credit spread. PCS is put credit spread. And PDS or CDS is called debit spread. So you guys understand, we're definitely going lower. Why don't we go to the 50 MA first? I get down to about 725 on SPY. That'll be okay. It'll be like a 5% garden variety correction. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, we're kind of giving up a little bit. It's all right. It's all right. Dun, dun, dun. Okay. We need a split screen for FIFA. Okay. I don't know how to do that. I'll look into it until Thursday. But we definitely need to see the SPY chart. What do you mean? Oh, that kind of split screen? Okay. Well, we can give it a shot. On StreamYard, it's pretty easy. but I don't know if I have. First of all, I like watching my football. Oh, let's get back to this. I like watching my football, round football, not the X-shaped football, on the Hispanic channel, because I like the way they announce the games. They have more like fire versus the Fox or whatever. They're going to put the announcers, some British dude or whatever. You know, they're like too calm for soccer. And then they have the dude on, I think all the games are on Peacock. I have Peacock, so on the Peacock, but the Hispanic channel. And he goes, goal, for like 45 seconds in one breath. And I'm like, yeah, I like that. And yeah, this is every 4 years, folks, just like the Olympics. This is what the world is waiting for. 3 billion plus people are going to watch this thing, if not more. With the advance of internet and VPNs and things like that, probably more. Considering there's only 8 billion people on the planet, about half of the population is going to watch it. And then we're going to make a big deal out of the NBA or baseball or football. Super Bowl is watched by, what, 300 million people, 400 million? I'm not against any of the American sports. We're just being European, or, we just like our football. And I do understand the American, well, the U.S. is in the World Cup. We'll see how well they do. I don't think they're going to do that well. They have no chance of winning the World Cup, of course, but hopefully they do well. World Cup is special. It's a fire. It's the emotion. It's just crazy. I tried to go to a couple of games in LA. Tried to buy some tickets at SoFi. And when I was presented with $1,000 a ticket for a nosebleed, I was like, no, I'm not going to do that. So I'll probably watch it, but I want to take my son to a game at SoFi. So hopefully, maybe last minute. Because I don't know who's buying these tickets at $1,000, because FIFA here, FIFA. They put dynamic pricing on, they don't have it in Canada and they don't have it in Mexico, but in the US, they have dynamic pricing on tickets. What kind of bullshit is that? Dynamic pricing. You know what I'm saying? Come on, man. And who's buying those tickets for $1,000 to $2,000 to $3,000? Who is? I don't know. I guess the economy is really good. People are just buying it. So if I can do it, I was willing to pay like $500 a ticket, which is double face, but quadruple face value. I mean, come on, man. I'm not doing that. By the time you go to SoFi, by the time you drive there, by the time you eat, by the time you buy a jersey, by the time you do this, it's like $2,500. Like, no. For a game that I can hardly see the ball, it's like, doesn't make sense. But then I do understand the American hesitancy of liking or loving the game as much as I do. First of all, there's no timeouts in soccer or football. They run for 90 minutes nonstop. They're probably outside hockey, they're probably the best athletes on the planet. Yeah, there's no subs. Well, there are subs, but they changed the rule from 2 subs to 3 subs to now 5 subs, which is good. The only reason it's not taken off in the U.S., although my son plays club soccer, like 2 weekends ago, we were in San Diego for a tournament. There were literally like 15,000 kids playing in that tournament. So there is demand. But then I don't know why and we have the best athletes in the world, in this country. I mean, bar none. And why can't we go win the World Cup? That's because pay for a play system that we have. We have to pay to play. And all the underprivileged kids who can't play because they can't afford to pay. Club soccer is expensive. It's like $5,000 a year to play the game you want or you love. That's without the travel, without the tournament fees, without this, without that, especially at a higher level. So, I mean, I've been doing it with my son for 9 years now. He's 16. And I'm like, well, what? Right? Why can't the U.S. put a team together with these amazing athletes we have to win the World Cup? Well, we can't because we don't have the infrastructure. Why do Europeans win all the time? Because they have the infrastructure. And, but So yeah, it's starting. I'm super excited. You know, I'll post my penny bets. I bought. So here we go. It's like I bought 6 teams for a penny or 2 pennies. If you guys are in Robinhood, you know the prediction markets. Okay, so I bought. I bought 6 teams at a penny, and I bought Brazil and I bought France. This is all to win the World Cup. However, probabilities are going to go through the roof if they go through the group stage. All these teams I bet on a penny. So which teams did I bet on? I bet on Ecuador. I bet on Turkey. I bet on Japan. I bet on Colombia. I bet on Egypt. And I bet on Croatia. All for a penny. So if any of those teams win the World Cup, 1 penny returns $1. Now, the odds of that are none, probably. None of those teams can win the World Cup. But if they make it out of the group stage, which if they do, that penny is going to quadruple or quintuple. Then I can sell it on Robinhood and 5x my money. None of this is advice, by the way. It's just having fun here. I'm getting bored with trading today. And so that's what I did. And I bet Brazil on 8 cents. I bought Brazil to win the World Cup for 8 cents. Again, probably not a good chance, but then if they move up to the round of 16 or quarterfinals, then that 8 cents will become like 25, 30 cents. As you guys know, the Robinhood prediction markets is you can buy and sell contracts, right? It's just like trading, actually. And then I bought France at 17 cents. Spain is the favorite at 18. Well, actually, I think it's at they're 20 cents now. I don't know. Spain is, I think, a little too young. I think France may pull it off this year. But anybody can win. But those are my 6 dark horses I bet on to come out of the group stage. If they come out of the group stage, I think I may triple my money. I didn't bet much. I bet like a few $100 just to have fun, just to watch the games. And yeah, that's what I did. So if you guys want to go to Robinhood and click on World Cup, and you guys will see all the teams and their odds. I still think most of the teams I bet on are like a penny or 2 pennies. So we'll see. I don't know. You know, long shots. And but it's going to be great. It's going to be fun. And I go for Italy. Bro, Italy's not even in the World Cup. Italy sucks. Italy's not even in the World Cup, bro. What are you talking about? You go for Italy. I knew you'd come up with something like that. Hey, Vartan, you're going to join the Discord server, Vartan. We'll have 1 more Armenian. I think we'll have, if you join, we'll have 4. We'll have Zaven, Mike, myself, and you. The free version is up there. You can join the free one if you don't want to pay for it. I don't know. You know what I mean? I don't know how your trading is going. He's a day trader or whatever you are. Whatever you do now. Are you still day trading? I hope you're doing well. And yeah, it's going to be terrific fun. You know, it's pretty awesome. Sit in my office, trade. What do you mean you're not? You're not Armenian? All this time? I'm calling you brother from another mother? You're not Armenian? Oh my God. Your wife is Armenian. What? But then you do kebab and shit. I don't know what's going on. Like she taught you well, I guess. What? You're not Armenian? My God. I did not know that. When did you tell? Because Mike, you post so much that I missed some of the stuff you post. Oh my God. I take it all back. You're not my brother from another mother. From Odessa. Oh, you're Russian. You're Russian. Oh my God. The Russian mafia over here. Oh. Well, yeah. Your family is, I don't know. You just put it in pieces. I just don't know. First day we met, you told me you're not Armenian. There you go. There's an Armenian comment. Probably is Putin's grandson. He wishes he was Putin's grandson, but he's not. We're still from USSR. Holy shit. Okay, don't put shit like that on YouTube. They'll ban me. Okay, so Mike is not Armenian. We take it all back. Take all the brotherly love back. Still option bros. Okay, we're still option bros. Fine. Watch Mike leave the Discord server now. What else is going on? Anyway, so how are we going to do this? Well, I'm on a live stream, 3 hours a day. I don't think I can do 6 hours a day. But when the market gets volatile, I'll live stream more. So that's why I highly recommend you go. It's free, folks. Okay, go subscribe to the YouTube channel. Turn on all notifications so you get notified, because I may not do it every day. I may do it an impromptu live stream if I'm taking a position on something that I want to share, you know. So that's why you guys should subscribe to the YouTube channel. Well, thank you for the support. My YouTube channel is growing. I think it's getting close to 5,000 subs, which is good. I don't care. I'm just doing it to inform, educate, and pay it forward. The rest is, who cares? There's no money in YouTube, because I have another channel with over 250,000 subs, and it doesn't pay that well, unlike what most people think. But it's okay. Yeah, I'm gonna do the live stream. So go to the YouTube channel, subscribe to the channel, turn on notifications so you get notified. I mentioned it already. Should I put it there again? It's getting redundant, but here it is. Well, you guys know the YouTube channel. Oh, see, I missed that one. You checkmate me in 4 moves? No, I don't think you can checkmate me in 4 moves. Probably 10, not 4. 4, we just push the pawn forward. That's 1. What are you talking about? I know that much, bro. I know some stuff. I'm not a total illiterate when it comes to chess. I mean, I'll probably last 10 moves. We should test that out. We should do a cigar and apple juice night and play around the chess. Let's see how many moves it takes. So my success rate is going to be, if I last 10 moves, you buy the drinks. If I don't last 10 moves, I buy the drinks. How about that? So for all of you who are joining late or watching on and off, coming in, going out on X or YouTube, Vartan says Germany is going to be the champ. I don't know. I watched them play against the U.S. They didn't look that good. I mean, who knows? Some team will get on a run, and they'll do really, really well, I'm sure. As long as few of my underdogs make it out of the group stage, I think I'm good. I think I'm good. I think I am good on that one. Where's the link? I don't see the links. Where'd they go? I don't know. Yeah, we are. Yeah, that's a deal. Let's make that deal on YouTube. If I last 10 moves, you buy the cigars and the apple juice. If I don't, then I buy it. Made enough money today so I can afford it. Seriously, where's the links for this shit, man? Oh, there it is. Okay. So this is right here. It's the free Discord. If you go into the show notes, you can see that free. I will post a free live trade a week, and I will also, again, none of this is trading financial investment advice. Do everything, do your own due diligence. What I do is very risky, but it pays the bills. Discord, free. This is the paid version. Again, go to the show notes below, click, and if you go click on first 100 on the premium side, and what you're getting on the premium Discord server, you'll also see what you're getting extra over free. If you put in first 100, capital letters 100, you'll get it for 50% off for 3 months. Bargain compared to what's out there. If you want to learn, and if you want to educate yourself, you're at the right place. We'll have some fun, because everybody else is doing the same thing. Everybody's doing the same thing. Sell puts, sell calls, sell puts, get exercised, assign, sell calls, wheel. I'm like, bro, there's actually many studies out there that wheeling is garbage. But then I'm sure I get some hate for saying that, but then I'll debate that with anybody. I think this is going to be, why? Where'd that come from? African Cup? Why? I didn't understand. RR stock. Bro. Why do you deal with trash? Seriously. I need to get you off that stuff, man. That's like crack. RR. RR. Okay, let's take a look. $3, $2, $2.45. Yeah, I expected. Okay. Lower lows, lower highs, Mike. I don't know. What about it? What about RR? Rich Tech Robotics. I know Walmart has a deal with them. They're putting some robots. I think they'd make food robots, right? Look, man, if you are not here in this run right here, you have no business being in RR. Just wait until it turns and then starts breaking out, and then you can join. Right now, I have no interest in it. I'm trying to tell you, Mike, it doesn't work that way. This is not an investment, this stock. This is not NVIDIA. This is not, I don't know, whatever. It's a trash company. But does it have momentum runs when the volume comes in? The algos, HFT algos get on it, and they'll push it from 2 to 7? Yeah. You have all this time to do it. After that, death. Trap. Same thing with the quantums. Same shit. Rigetti. Everybody got on board. Well, that was one good run. And then what? These are not to be bought and hold. You trade, and then hopefully you'll make some money. Hopefully you don't get caught. And yeah, that's about it. You know? On the run, you can buy on pullbacks. But right now, this thing is making a lower low. This thing is, I mean, if it takes out to whatever that is, 240, it's going to 2. I don't want to deal with it. When the volume comes in, yeah. There's no volume, Mike. Right? Volume takes precedence, my man. And you must understand that. Especially on these little ones. These little ones, yeah. Yes, sir. Yeah. Nothing going on, man. Well, my puts didn't sell on SNDQ now, did they? Of course not. Okay. I'll put another order on this one. In case we get a whoosh, we get some stops hit. Okay. Orders are in. Orders are in. Yeah. Done. SPY. I don't know. That doesn't look hot, man. Lower Bollinger Band test for sure. If not 50 EMA, 724. On SPX, 72.55 maybe. You know, all of X will go apeshit. There's definitely bearish divergence on the MACD on the daily on SPX and SPY and triple Q and all of them. You guys know what that is, right? MACD bearish divergence. Price is making high. MACD is not making high. In fact, is making like lower lows. Still above zero. That's the only positive thing. But these kind of bearish divergences, pay attention. And same thing on the bullish side, by the way. Pay attention to bullish divergences as well. MACD is really, really good. RSI is okay to diagnose bullish bearish divergences. Definitely bearish divergence going on in SPX. And that's why I think the pullback is not over. I don't think it's over. My opinion and my opinion only, and I could be wrong, and I've been wrong many times before. SNDQ, right? Back to 6. Couldn't sell the puts. Can we sell them at 60 cents, 50 cents? Why even sell the puts, bro? Man, picking up pennies in front of the bulldozer. Don't do that. So selling calls on puts about. And the other thing is a lot of people sell puts on like these SanDisks and microns, and I'm going like, bro, the likelihood of getting that at the money, and you will sweat it. I mean, you may make money, but you will definitely sweat it. Without a question, you will sweat it. Because IV is so high, and then stocks are moving $50, $80, $100 a day. You'll sell a put, even if you don't get at the money, that put will go up like 6x on you. And if you sized incorrectly, there comes your margin call. So please don't do that. Please don't do that. Yeah. Be careful. Selling puts, selling calls involves risk. It's not free. It's not cheap to do it. And it's not risk-free. A lot of people make it sound like, oh, it's no-brainer. No-brainer. I'm like, RDW. I like that pullback there. I like the pullback there. Okay. All right. I didn't want to. Up 26 on RR options this year. So, okay. Sold the two put. Okay. I have nothing to say. 50-cent premium on a $2 put. How far out did you go to do that? Mike, come on, Mike. What are you learning here, Mike? You haven't learned anything yet, have you? 26%. So what? Market's up 20%. Talk to me when you get to 100%. Then we can have a attaboy moment. Attaboy. You had to go to get 50 cents out of the twos. You had to go to July at least. No, you had to go further. My God, Mike, why? You're just bored, man. September. Where'd you go? October? My God, Mike. November? Yeah, you did. You went to November. November 2s you sold for 50 cents. November. That's a lifetime, bro. Anyway, I don't know. I wouldn't do it, but then it's your money. It's your money, not my money. It's your money, buddy. 26% RR. That's not that good. If you're trading, that's not that good. But then again, better than negative, though. Yeah. December. My God. I'm going to lose my shit with this guy. Mike, why? Give me one explanation for that trade. One. Why? Why? Tell me one single explanation on a $2 stock selling a 50-cent put going out to December. One logical explanation. Good for 6 months. So, why? Give me the why. I know it's 6 months. Give me the why. What early? You're not going to get decay there? It's December, bro. No, Mike is not my student, luckily. If he was, he wouldn't be doing shit like this. Mike is a member of my Discord channel. Was my Telegram channel. I love Mike, but I don't understand sometimes why shit he does it. Why he does it? Like decay. Decay is not going to be close early. Okay, so you just close early. What? You went out 6 months. You already took profit, and then he does that. I already took profits. He goes. You sold them today. You took profits today. What did you take? A penny profit? Stock is going down, bro. And it's a $2 stock. What's the point of selling a 50-cent option on a $2 stock? I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm the dumb one in the room. I don't know anything about this, I guess. I don't know. But means nothing. 6 months out to take 50 cents on a $2 stock. I don't know. You still haven't explained it to me. You're giving me all these things, but what's the explanation? It's already successfully multiple times. But what is the explanation of selling a 50-cent put 6 months out on a $2 stock? What's the explanation? Okay, let's look at it. $2 stock. You sold the 2 puts for 50 cents. Went out to December. Stock is $2.40. Your requirement is 100% because they're not going to let you do that any other way. And you 25%. Let's say it's 25% RR. Let's say its expire is worthless. Okay. Going out 6 months, that's 4% a month. Why? It's a guaranteed 25%, he says. The last famous words, not my words, folks. Don't ever, ever say this. Don't ever, and don't do this trade. Don't follow him. He has no idea what he's talking about. It's a guaranteed 25%. I'm not saying it. Mike D650 Peaches is saying that. Wow, Mike. I haven't taught you anything. There's no guarantee. Guarantee? Stock goes bankrupt. That's your guarantee right there. There is a reason for those puts to be 50 cents, Mike. Anyway, but out of all the stuff, the trades, you do that. Like, I'm not sure. But again, it's your money, not my money. We're not here to give advice, folks. We're here to inform and educate and entertain sometimes. You know what I mean? Yeah, I know. We don't do that. I would never do that trade. I wouldn't do that trade with your money. Why would I sell a put 6 months out on a $2 stock? When it starts moving, I'll trade it for you or with you. I'll buy a few thousand shares and make $5,000. Otherwise, I see zero reason to sell a put on this thing. Go sell a put on something else. Go sell a put like Tasty, 50-day out, cover at 25. That may work sometimes. Like, I love Mike, though. NUGT, are we going to get that thing down to 110 so I can buy that thing? I don't think gold is over, by the way. I honestly, but low, it's going under the moving averages, which is not good, especially the 200 EMA. The dollar has been getting stronger, by the way. Dollar index, that's another headwind for the markets. I mean, that dollar index, this is the basket of currencies, by the way. Dollar index takes out 100. I think stock market is going to have a little bit of an issue. You see this base that dollar index has been building? Yeah. Dollar going higher, by the way, is not good for the market, as you guys may guess. And that's why we're getting a little bit of a push here. But that's why gold is going down. Although inflation is not dead, as the government says. Government's bullshitting you guys. This inflation is not 2%. Yeah, gold is, I don't know. Where can we get gold? We can get gold probably down here somewhere. Yeah, breaking the 200 EMA is not good, but let me see where the SMA is. Yeah, they're at the same spot. Don't like it. Well, I'm not saying, I don't think gold is over. I think if they keep, macro-wise, if they keep pumping and spending, which they are going to do, gold is ultimately going much higher. Right? And same thing with silver. Yeah, silver is right at the 200 EMA. Yeah. I don't think gold's story is over. I really don't. I don't. Because I don't think the monetary expansion is going to end. I mean, Trump wants lower interest rates. Right? What is that going to do? We'll pump asset classes somewhere. And gold is an asset class. And they keep printing. Well, they don't print. They add zeros to the ledger and spend. For breaking news, we have $2 trillion trade budget deficit, by the way, every year. That's how our national debt gets to 40 trillion in about another 100 days. That's a tax. Just the interest expense on our debt IOUs that we put out there is approaching double the size of our defense budget, which is at 800 billion. Now we're going to spend $1.6 trillion this year, or $1.5 trillion to pay interest to the world. All of those IOUs that we put out. Mike's still going at it. You should be crying, laughing. I'm laughing. So $1.5 trillion on interest on the IOUs we put out because we love spending the money we don't have as the federal government, right? It's amazing. It doesn't matter. Republicans or Democrats, they both love spending your money. Not only they take, look at the Treasury takes in $5 trillion plus in tax receipts and everything else. And we spend $7 trillion, $2 trillion deficit every year. And now we're up to 40 trillion. And the higher that number goes, the higher the interest cost, servicing cost is on that 40 trillion to be 42 trillion in next year. I don't know where it ends, but then the only way to do it is print more money and put it in the system, and then it helps the asset classes. That's why you need to invest, right? Asset classes are always going to go higher because there's money coming into the system. Although your dollars are losing value by probably 5 to 7% a year, unlike what the government says that the inflation is 2%. My ass is 2%. Inflation is about 5 to 7% a year, the real inflation. Well, all of you go spend money. I mean, I spend money. Have your rents gone up or down? Have your car insurances gone up or down? Have your health insurances gone up or down? Have your schooling costs gone up or down? Have your food costs gone up or down? Have your energy costs gone up or down? These are the things we spend on. But then the inflation bucket has like airplane parts and computer chips in there. I don't know. I haven't bought one of those for a while. But I buy gas every day, and I know what happened when I pay $6.25 in gas in California, right? It takes about $30 extra every tank. And that extra money you put in the tank is not getting the extra productivity. So I'm like, bullshit. That's why you have to invest long term. And if you guys do join my Discord membership, you guys will see my long-term port. Actually, one stock was sold, got called away about 3 weeks ago. Google. I got lucky, bought Google at 152 last April. 1 month later, I had sold last December. I had sold 350 calls at $26. I got called away at 376 altogether. I love Google. I think it's the best one. Adam, hello, Adam. Also, whoa, good question. I'm a seller on these rallies until the market can prove itself. And yeah, I think lower. Inflation is coming out. Inflation numbers are coming out on Friday. I think market's going to pay attention to that. And I mean, Friday sell-off, look, my mentors always told me big moves start with big moves. Well, Friday move was a big move. So I don't think we're done going down. Plus, everybody's so used to buying the dip in V bottoms. And, you know, one of these times it's going to be like, oh, never mind. We'll have a cascading sell-off. But again, and again. Long-term, bullish. Short-term, sketchy. And, you know, market pulls back 5%. Everybody loses their shit. I go like, why? It's good. It's good. Like, everybody was panicking on Friday already, and market's only down 2% from all-time highs. What if market goes down 20%? Still. I mean, seriously, Adam, we can get to 725 on SPY, and from the high, that will be like a 4% or 5% garden variety correction. We can get all the way down to maybe, you know, 680, and that would be like 12% correction, and everybody will lose their shit. I go like, no. I am serious. I think I'm a seller. I'm a seller of every rally this week. So it's kind of proven itself today, but I'm a seller of every rally. Do I have long positions? Yes. Do I have a balanced port at the moment, trading account? Yes. I don't have any puts. I'm not short futures yet, but either I'll hedge that way, but I have 3x ETFs. I mean, 2x ETFs, bearish ETFs on SanDisk. You know, everything else is either cover calls, protecting myself for a couple of weeks. I was net short going into Friday, covered all those. I'll short again. I have no hesitation to short. And you know, with a little balance, but I think in general, I think the market's struggling this week. I don't think we're taking off and making all-time highs. My opinion, again, it's not trading or financial advice. I mean, it's a little hiccup here. Big deal. You know, we're never going to know when the top is. It just may have been the top. And 3 months from now, when we look at it and SPX is down to 650 SPY, then we know, yeah, that was the top. Well, it's always the case. But trading is different. Investing is different. When I'm trading, my outlook is week to week, day to day, depending on what I'm doing. Hopefully that answered your question. I did see you joined the Discord, by the way, the free version, but I don't think you're active enough for the premium version. And for all the YouTube members, do not become a YouTube member. Not because I don't like YouTube, but we're redoing that. We're changing it. Still will have a YouTube membership. Still will do Ask Me Anything live streams on YouTube for the YouTube members once every couple of weeks. But I'm trying to do everything in Discord now. Yeah, I saw that. And the Discord, I think it's a lot more calmer, and my trades won't get lost. When I say get lost, like in any other format, without multiple channels, I post a trade and then people comment like it's buried, and I'm like, if you're getting into premium membership, you want access to my trades without it being financial trading advice, you should have it in a place that you can go back and revisit. And you don't have to do everything I do, but because it may not fit your profile, risk profile, but ultimately, yeah, I think Discord is going to be a lot better medium for what I'm trying to do. So what I'm trying to do is I'm just have this little triangle going, right? We have website on one side, which you can join. You can go to the website and join the Discord there as well. You have the Discord Discord server, and you have the YouTube side, right? So, right, each one is feeding the other one. So I think, well, that's the plan. And we'll see how it goes. But see, most people right now would be like, I'm bored, I want to do a trade. I'm like, I have zero reason to do anything. I've set up everything the way I want to set up. If something presents itself, I will do it. If not, no. I have a couple orders in to buy a couple things. If the economy is slowing down, which the market's kind of concerned a little bit, maybe, I want to short crude at some point, without a question. And I think there's an inverse correlation between crude and the metals. The way it looks like it anyway, price-wise. So every time crude goes up, metals go down. I'm long-term bullish on gold and silver. I don't think they're done going, just for the macro reasons that I talked about. But we'll just trade, man. The universe is open. Thousands of stocks out there. And, don't be stuck with the same 10 names. There's stocks out there, multi-billion-dollar mid-cap companies, S&P 500 companies that are doing so well. But everybody's stuck on NVIDIA. What is NVIDIA then? I haven't looked at NVIDIA for a while. I mean, that doesn't look healthy to me, folks. I don't know if it looks healthy to you. That's a lower low, retested the high, definite distribution going on. Doesn't look healthy to me. Doesn't look bad, but it doesn't look healthy. I can put up 50 charts that are better looking than NVIDIA. Yeah, fundamentally, long-term, this and that. Yeah, I understand. But the parabolics don't look healthy to me. These parabolics don't look healthy. And the key actually is going to be on Micron's earnings or before SanDisk. When Micron's earnings are announced on June 24th, that will tell me quite a bit of what's going to happen, if that's the top or not, just for the fact that, as you guys know, they'll probably beat by 100% and guide. And if the stock goes down, stock is done. And conversely or inversely, when a company keeps going down, stock keeps going down, and then they announce horrible earnings, the stock goes up. That's the bottom on that one. So, you got to pay attention to outperformance and underperformance. Yeah, we'll find out. SanDisk is also a month after that. Again, earnings are amazing, obviously. But it'll tell a lot, Stocks will tell you. You don't have to be a genius. You don't have to guess. You don't have to say, oh, this is what's going to happen. That's what's going to happen. Yeah, I definitely want to short Soxel again. I was short Soxel at 264. And I had the misfortune of selling 255 puts against it. I got it signed. I made like 12 points, 14 points out of it. But sometimes I do things a little too early, I think, like every other trader. But then you're adding profit, so I'm not concerned. But I definitely want to go short Soxel again, without a question. Without a question. Yeah, I'll post the positions. I think I'm going to say goodbye to you all, unless you guys have some other questions for me. I like that one. Yeah, man. Good. I like that buy. I really do. I like it. I mean, you got to... I was looking at now, and I was looking at CRM, and I was looking at a couple other ones that were dogs, and they came back. But there are better charts out there. There are better companies out there. But coming back from the dead, maybe. I think your buy is okay. Let's take a look. I think on this pullback, I think it's fine. ServiceNow. Didn't Jensen Huang, NVIDIA CEO, say buy ServiceNow and stock went up 40 points? That guy's becoming like Trump now. Just listen to Trump, man. Yeah, triple bottom at 84. Nice little move up, decent volume, little kind of continuation pattern, big breakout. Earnings, okay. I mean, but these legacy software companies haven't done well. They've just gotten killed. And is it a bottom? Yeah, I mean, this pullback should be bought too, by the way. On service now, yeah. I mean, will it be one of these moves? I don't know. But we can tell that later. But I do like service now. I like the chart. Definitely more than CRM. And Adobe. I mean, Adobe is death. It hasn't even done anything, so. But yeah, ServiceNow looks okay. Definitely looks okay. It's not up as much as you would like to see it, but if you bought it in the 95 range, I think you're fine. 95 to 100 range, yeah, I think you're fine. I definitely think you're fine. Looking at the long-term port. Yeah, we're good. Yeah. Yes, sir. There you go. Goodbye. Not goodbye. Goodbye. 96, yeah, it's goodbye. You know, don't go rushing cover calls or something like that. I mean, up 20 points. Shit. Who argue with that? 20%. Yeah, the rest of the market looks heavy to me. It really does. So, but again, it's the way I'm seeing things. We'll definitely be shorting things if this rally continues a couple more days. And balance it out a little bit more. And then we're trading, folks. That's what we're doing. So, okay, 11:03. I've been on since 6:15. I don't think I can do this every day, but what I can do is I can do it probably at least 3 to 4 times a week for a few hours, 3 hours. And so you are at the right place to get educated. I don't YOLO, I don't FOMO, I don't HODL. I have a full toolbox. I want to pass that on. I want to teach you all how to do this properly. You know, there are a lot of people out there who are much wider audiences than I do, but I don't think they do 20% of what I do. 20% meaning educating. So I'll finish today's session with what they say. Don't feed a man a fish, teach him how to fish. That's what I'm trying to do, honestly. And if everything grows, YouTube channel grows, great. If Discord grows, great. I don't care. But what I thought about is if I'm going to do this, if I'm going to trade, well, might as well go live, share my experience with you all. Again, my trading could be boring for some of you. If you're here for me to be a stock jockey and day trade and this and that, I wait for my spots. I don't buy or sell anything until I'm willing to do so. Mark is not going to force me to do anything. And I do very unorthodox stuff, right? For most of you who probably have never shorted a stock, I go short quite a bit. You know, it's not my style. It's what a trader should be. You know, trading is not about selling puts, getting a sign and selling calls. That's not trading. I don't even know what that is. That's options 101. Let's graduate. Let's get the big boy pants on. You need to learn shorting stocks. You need to sell puts against those. You need to learn how to hedge, and you need to learn a lot. And before you trade, before you even put your first trade on, my best advice would be pick a mentor and pick somebody who has a full toolbox as opposed to the same thing over and over. You know, that works in a bull market. Although there have been casualties of the bull market, but that works in a bull market. And everybody is so used to. I sell puts, stock goes up. Even if the stock doesn't go up, it's fine. decay, data. I get all that. I get all that. But then when a micron goes from 300 to 1,000, and you can be long options, you can be long equities, you can be all kinds of things. That's where you make your return. You're like 4 trades, 5 trades a year is going to make your year. The rest is just bullshitting, right? And if you don't catch any of those, you know, if you're happy with your 20, 25%, there's a cost of doing business. There's slippage. There's all kinds of things. I'm not happy with that, with what I'm trading. I need to return 3x of the benchmark. If I can do that, then fine. Then I'll continue trading. If I can't do that, then there's no reason for me to trade. Short-term trade anyway. Investing is something different. So with that said, I wish you all the best the rest of your day. I think I will be back tomorrow, but not as early. So that's why please subscribe to the YouTube channel. Turn on notifications. It's free. That way you know when I'm on. And my X channel is at Trading Desk HQ. Please go, you know, give it a follow. All the stuff will be there going forward. I just put that channel, put that account on X. I have a personal account, but I just put the Trading Desk HQ account on a few days ago, and we just got cut off. That's awesome.